right, welcome. Turn it on. Welcome to the City Council closed session for January 17th, 2023. I will call the meeting to order at 5 p.m. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Councilmember Voigt,
Here.
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here. Do we have any public comment?
I have no written comments, and Carrie, do
No
we have
com-
any callers on the line?
No callers on the line, Nicole.
All right, thank you then. So City Attorney John Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion today?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.D1. That's one case, Milena Garcia versus the City of Beaumont. And the case number is listed in the agenda. Item B2, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is 6 parcels on the northwest corner of Beaumont Avenue and 8th Street. The APN numbers are listed in the agenda. The agency negotiator is City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs or her designee. Negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as a potential purchaser and Thomas Daniel as potential seller. Under negotiation are price and terms. Item B3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3, involving one potential case. Item B4, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one potential case.
All right, and with that, then we'll adjourn to closed session at 5:02.
few words about the
Oh,
to
okay,
them so
okay.
that they don't.
I was gonna do an email.
we'll do it
Yeah,
too.
that's fine. Yeah. I put that list of legal. Okay.
Okay, we're back from closed session. City Attorney Pinckney, can you report out, please?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item number B1, conference with legal counsel existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, and that was Melena Garcia versus City of Beaumont et al. There was no reportable action taken this evening in closed session. B2 was conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, and that's 6 parcels on the northwest corner of Beaumont Avenue and 8th Street. The APNs are listed in the agenda. The agency negotiator, the city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs or her designee. Negotiating parties, the city of Beaumont as a potential purchaser, and Thomas Daniel as potential seller. Under negotiation were price and terms. There was no reportable action. Item B3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and/or 3, 1 potential case, no reportable action. And item B4, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, 1 potential case, no reportable action, and that concludes the report out.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pinckney. So that will conclude closed session. I'll adjourn at 6:32. And we're doing something a little different today. And today we'll call to order a joint meeting of the Beaumont City Council and Beaumont Youth Council today. This is a regular session of that joint meeting between the City Council and the Beaumont Youth Council. I'll call this meeting to order at 6:33. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Councilmember Voigt,
Here.
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here. And before we start, I'd like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Voigt, can you lead us, please?
Please place your right hand. Over your heart. Ready, begin.
If you could remain standing, I'd like to do a moment of silence for the fallen Riverside County Deputy Officer Darnell Calhoun, please. Thank you. Okay, so today we have the introduction and swearing in of the Youth Council. This is something that we started about 3 years ago or so, trying to get going. And of course, we had that thing that happened and caused everything to shut down for a while, so it kind of put everything on hold. But we are so thankful that, and I'm thankful that council gave us the authority to continue forward with this. And we have a lot of exciting things. I know for many of you, it's a short year, being February our first meeting, and graduating soon for some of you. But, you know, we have a lot of fun things to do, and I think you're going to really enjoy what we have to do and your tasks coming up. And we're really looking forward to hearing from the youth, because that's what the Youth Council is really all about. It's about getting the voice of youth into city government, listening to what you have to say, suggestions, ideas, using you as a soundboard, and fulfilling a few tasks that the council may direct you to do. So thank you for that. So I'd like to have each youth member come up to the podium and introduce themselves. All I want is your name and your grade level, if you can, for time's sake. And we can go ahead and just start from the side and go over. And just a quick introduction. And we'll go ahead and go back seated, and then we'll come up and do the swearing in a second. So just a quick introduction, if you would. Thank you.
I'm Eva Garcia and I'm in 11th grade.
I'm Mary Jane Diaz, and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Jeremiah Hasibuan. I'm 11th grade.
My name is Savannah Santosky, and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Leah Moore, and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Omri Thomas, and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Marlo Ugapo, and I'm in 11th grade.
Thank you so much. So as you know, and you've been notified, our first meeting is on February 14th, and we'll try not to make it a very long meeting for the day that it is. But we look forward to meeting, and we'll give you a little bit more information on that as time comes. But let's go ahead with the swearing-in ceremony with Assistant City Clerk Wheelwright.
Raise your right hand. I, and then state your name.
I,
Savannah
Santosky,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and
against all
domestic,
enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely,
I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
All right, thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations. So before we get a photo, you are a part of what we call a Brown Act body, and that's the reason that we convened a special session of the, well, not a special session, but a separate session of the City Council tonight. So I'd like City Attorney Pinckney to explain what that means and what the conditions are behind that.
Yes, I'd be happy to. So as the mayor indicated, you're now you're required to comply with the Brown Act, which is a state law that also governs the city council and any committee that is a standing committee of this city. And I'll read you the sort of introductory provision of the Brown Act, and that gives you an idea of why that law exists, what the purpose of it is. In enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that the public commissions, boards, and councils, and other public agencies in the state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. The people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give the public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for the people to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments that they have created. And so with that in mind, it's a sunshine law. Most states have them, and they require the people's business to be conducted openly, where the people can observe, where they can comment. And so you, as a body, are required to conduct your meetings in compliance with the Brown Act. And that means that there will be an agenda that will be prepared. People will be given notice of what will be discussed at that meeting, and there will be an opportunity for the public to come and comment. And so the thing that I just caution you about is you may go to the same school and know each other informally, and so be careful about getting a majority of your group, your committee together. You can talk about sports, you can talk about politics. You just can't get together and talk about what is within the jurisdiction of your body. So you can't get together and talk about city business unless you are at a noticed meeting that's been set up in compliance with the Brown Act. Okay?
And we'll have further clarification on our first meeting on a little bit more on that, what that entails. Do we have any comments by City Council before we adjourn the session? Right, well, congratulations. Oh, we do. Oh, I didn't see the colors.
That's okay. I was just going to say welcome.
I was going to say thanks for volunteering. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Careful what you wish for.
Yes, welcome, and look forward to attending one of your meetings just to make sure you're all staying awake.
Well, with that, we want to thank you for your time and the time that you will be committing. And of course, the city is very thankful for your service, and we'll talk more about our agenda coming up. And keep an eye on your emails, because we'll let you know through the emails what's going on, what to expect. And Mary will be talking a little bit more about what to expect as well. Right? So with that, is there anything else we need to conduct? Okay, with that. Oh, yes, we've got to have a photo, so we'll keep that open still. Let's have a photo. Would you like it up here or down? We got a lot of them. Oh, yes, we can do it that way.
That's all right.
Yeah. No, you guys, as long as, however, I'll let the photographer decide. Where's the photographer? Oh, photographer will, right? Hi, hello. Thank you, guys, you got the message.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Got it.
Everybody's good? All right, thank you so much. Yes. Oh, good. All right, so with that, I will adjourn the joint meeting and reconvene or begin the meeting of the Beaumont City Council. So we'll adjourn the Youth Council meeting and we will conduct business. So let's reconvene the Beaumont City Council meeting at 6:43 and we'll start as usual. So let's do, I don't think we need a separate roll call, so let's take a look at closed items. So, no, looks like we've got a, okay, so we'll, yeah, well, I've got the script's a little different than this is. So, well, let's go ahead and, yeah. We're going to go with item E before we go to public comment. So item E is the announcements, recognition, proclamations, correspondence. We do have the public annual financial report presentation first on the agenda. So, Ms. Eustachian, is that you?
That is me. Good
Okay.
evening, Mayor and Council. Each of you should have one of these at your seats. What this is the fiscal year 22 popular annual financial report. What this is a bite-size document that stems from your fiscal year 22 annual comprehensive financial report, the ACFR. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends that governments prepare a popular annual financial report, or also called a PAFR. And the reason for that is that anyone, even someone who doesn't have a financial background, can pick up this document, look through it, and get a good idea of the finances as of the fiscal year that your ACFR was presented. So this is the city's first ever popular annual financial report. So I wanted to present this to you guys. This is a first time. And the GFOA does have an award for this. So we will also be applying for the award as well. So there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So do we have any public comments on this item?
No, sir.
Okay. And questions or comments from council? But I do want to say thank you. It's very well and organized, and it looks really well. And I like it because it's formatted for the community. I can take this out to the community and do, little town halls and so forth, that it makes sense. It's concise, but yet informative. It's got the numbers. It's transparent. So I appreciate that. I think it's a real asset to use and to utilize. All right. Well, with that, then we will go to item F, which is public comment. So any one person may address the city council on any matter not on this agenda. There's a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling us using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. Do we have public comment?
I have no written comments for this portion. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so with that, we'll proceed to item G, consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken as one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions are to be read by title only. Are there any items to be pulled by council? Okay,
Mayor, I'll move to approve the consent calendar items G1 through G7.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Oh.
Thought you forgot me.
All right, with that, we'll move to item H, public hearings. Approval of all ordinances and resolutions, again, to be read by title only. Brings us to item H1, Meritage Development Agreement Amendment Plan 2022-0776. Staff report?
Good evening, Mayor. Christina Taylor, Deputy City Manager, giving the report this evening. Before you tonight, you have for your consideration amendment to the Fairway Canyon Development Agreement. The proposed amendment includes revisions to Planning Area 20, which would subdivide that into 3 planning areas and revise the unit count, adjusting the density a small amount within those planning areas, and address the, in the DA, the chart that goes with it to show the changes. So this specific plan is, dates back to 2001. The development agreement was originally entered into in November of 2003. It was amended in 2004 and amended again in June of 2020. Meritage has purchased planning areas 18A, 18B, 20A 1 and 2, 20B 1 and 2, 20C 1, 2, 21B, 22A, B, C, and D, and those are all shown in the exhibit that are attached to your staff report in the purple and blue areas. This is a partial assignment and assumption of the development agreement, transferred rights from the primary development agreement holder, which is SDC Fairway Canyon, to Meritage, and this was initially approved back in September of 2021. Included in the staff report for you are unit and acreage counts for the development agreement, what is existing, and then what is proposed. And I'll leave it with that. That basically covers the gist of the DA, but we're happy to answer any questions that you have regarding that.
We are in public hearing, so I'll open public hearing at 6:49. Do we have comments?
Yes, sir. I have one speaker. David Hendricks?
Yes.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm David Hendricks, Consultant Project Manager for Fairway Canyon Project. And we're here this evening in support of the Development Agreement Amendment. Would appreciate your consideration of the fact that the changes were predicated primarily on 2 items. There was a change in the grading ordinance that reduced the percentage of grade that applied to the project, but most importantly, the school district was in need of a school site. There's a 12-acre site that's been provided, and that was the real driver for making the change to the Area 4C. And so again, I also have Joanna Crocker from Meritage Homes who's here, and she'll be able to speak in regards to any of the issues that, any questions that come up. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Any further speakers?
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, I'll close the public hearing at 6:50 and open it up to council for comments. Councilmember Lara?
Yes, so was the school district brought in up front on the property, and they're aware of the property that they're obtaining, correct?
Yeah. We can have Mayor Taj speak to that. The city doesn't directly participate in those
Okay.
negotiations.
Yes, the genesis of this is the fourth site within the Fairway Canyon community that the school district has evaluated for acquisition. Planning Area 25, which was the development amendment number 1, was returned to residential use, and therefore the only remaining site was within 4C. So the school district actually provided us their requirements. They chose the location, they've approved the site plan, submitted it to the state of California, have approval of funding, and so they've been involved in the process. But they actually generated the request, which when Meritage was in due diligence, we reviewed with the city in May prior to the closing of the project in June. So it was driven by the school district.
Yeah, based on the information that we had, when I looked at the aerial and I looked at the track mapping, it appeared as though maybe this school site only had a frontage road. Do you know if it has access on, at least from 2 different roads?
Well, there will be primary access to the site from Sorenstam, and then there will be second and third area access through the development community once all the streets are in.
Perfect.
So it'll have 3 full points of access.
Oh, great. And I'm glad that you were able to work this out. I'm happy for the school district. That one of the concerns that I have, and I'll just mention this in passing, is the fact that density increases in other areas. Not a big fan of density increases, especially with the fact that the cities lose any control over local zoning with the housing, the ADUs. And so those can also increase densities in certain areas depending on the number of ADUs that are built within an area, which is my concern. So, but I appreciate you working with the school district, and thank you for answering my questions.
Okay, I have a couple of comments if I could.
Oh, sure.
The rear yard setback is 15 feet, and so when you look at the setbacks that are required for ADUs, it would not be possible to have an ADU within that backyard that would be livable. The square footage that would produce would not be viable, and that's the primary issue on ADUs. And the smaller lots, 3,800 square feet is the minimum that's allowed under the specific plan, and we were just attempting to recapture some of the lost lots to accommodate the school site.
Attached garage can be converted into an ADU, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So just, you increase living on property and you lose parking, and so, but I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further comments from council or questions for Sam? Okay, if none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we waive the first full reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City of Council of the City of Beaumont, California, approving an amended development agreement between the City of Beaumont and Meritage Homes of California, Inc.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right, with that takes us to item H2, the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, initial study and mitigated negative declaration review for the Second Street extension project. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Carol Kendrick, planning staff, presenting this item tonight. This is an initial study and mitigated negative declaration for the Second Street capital improvement project to extend from the westerly boundary of the Home Depot Shopping Center to Pennsylvania Avenue. The CIP project includes widening and extending Second Street for that it includes 5.08 acres. It entails widening approximately 862 lineal feet and extending 1,600 feet to Pennsylvania Avenue. The site is bounded by commercial uses to the east and to the southwest, and vacant land to the north, west, and southwest. The general plan land use and zoning designations at the adjacent lands are general commercial and community commercial within the transit overlay district. Second Street is classified as a major roadway in the city's general plan mobility element. Proposed project will build within the existing right-of-way for a major roadway. However, the interim improvement will be a secondary. So any future development plans that come in from developers will have to provide those future improvements out to a major roadway designation. As part of the capital improvement project, it does need to go through a CEQA review, and Matthew Fagan Consulting Services was hired by the city to prepare that. The planning department did review that study, and it did include mitigation for biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, and there are mitigation measures that are included in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program that are included as part of the packet. As part of the CEQA process, we do open the document up for a 30-day public review, which began on November 22nd of 2022 and commenced on December 21st, 2022. The project was also advertised in the Press Enterprise on November 22nd of 2022, and proof of publication is included in your staff report. At the time of the publication of this staff report, we did not receive any comments in favor or opposition to the project. So at this time, staff would recommend that the City Council hold a public hearing, adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Second Street Extension project, and direct staff to prepare a notice of determination to be filed with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I think Public Works is also here to answer any questions you have on the CIP.
Very well, thank you. This is public hearing, so I will open public hearing at 6:57 PM. Do we have comments?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and transfer them through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go right ahead.
Yes, Council, this is Ron Roy, and I'm calling about the extension of Second Street, and asking or requesting that Class 4 protected bike lanes are added. I submitted some documentation to Mr. Hart in an email before the meeting or during the meeting. So basically, a protected bike lane is one that's physically separated from the vehicle travel lane by more than a white stripe. So this can be a grade separation, it can be bollards, it can be permanent barriers. There's all sorts of visual references now that you can find readily of examples of Class 4. So now Class 4, they have been codified in the California law under California State Assembly Bill 1193, which created the bikeway facilities. So, and these bike lanes, they're recommended on streets where you're going to be anticipating higher motor vehicle speeds, traffic volumes, and where pedestrian traffic in the bike lane is anticipated. So Beaumont has a lot of vacant land. It's going to be a lot more cost effective if we get these Class 4 bike lanes in place. The Second Street extension, you could see it on the north. I won't go into the details. Mr. Hart has my description. But you could see them going from where the Home Depot is all the way to where the anticipated intersection is. And I just don't want us to be behind. Everybody's getting these bike lanes. I don't want us to be sort of a backwater community that's not using this. So please start looking at the state law, start applying for active transportation, and I want Class 4 for this area. I'm not going to be the only one who wants it. There's been an explosion of bike ownership, especially during the pandemic. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, any further comments? Okay, so with that, I'll close public hearing at 7 PM and open it up for council for discussion and questions. We'll start with Councilmember White.
Oops, sorry, I didn't see I had it. Jeff, can you speak to the concern of the caller? Just with regards to, I believe he's stating a bike lane?
Yeah, so I did receive an email from Mr. Roy about 10 minutes ago. I have not had a chance to dive into it, but I'm familiar with Class 4 bike lanes. Class 4 bike lanes are separated. They'll be a little bit wider in nature, so it would potentially diminish some of the capacity of the roadway we're looking at. As Carol stated, we're only fully improving the south side of 2nd Street, so there will be what's called a Class 2 bike lane, which are the curb adjacent that you see now. As we develop and move forward on the north side, as development comes through and widen that and ultimately put curb, gutter, and sidewalk, there would be a Class 2 lane as well. As far as, citywide or looking at Class 4 bike lanes, or I would think that would probably be best served as a larger project, whether we look at an ATP project, some active transportation, and we take a look at the entire city and figure out what is the best place to put these routes and implement them. So for this specific improvement, it was not pondered. I think staff probably feels it's best served to be looked at holistically citywide.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes, thank you. Question for staff. Do we have any projects that are in the planning works for any landowners along the 2nd Street extension that would like to do that? And then are there any development impact fees and so forth that would be collected to help pay for that road improvement and so forth?
We currently don't have any projects on any of those properties that would front along that extension.
Okay. And if one came in the future, so kind of the saying of, hey, if we build it, they will come. Would there be any reimbursement, from those developments that would use access to that, have access, to the street that we put in?
We will collect fees as development comes in. So whether or not it goes directly to reimbursement or goes into the pot of DIF, where
Okay.
DIF goes, we will collect the fees.
All right, very good, thanks.
Councilmember White?
Yeah, just two things. Number one, the discussion on the bike lanes, not on this project, but going forward, is not something we're voting on or deciding on tonight, correct? We're just approving the neg deck, right? Okay. So a little more information on, if you don't mind, Mr. Hart, regarding the south side. So we're only improving the south half of 2nd Street. What does that mean practically? In other words, we're going to have two-way traffic?
Yeah, we'll still have four lanes of full traffic going each way. So on the north side, rather than having curb, gutter, and sidewalk right now, it'll stop a few feet short and just be edge of pavement. As development comes through, they would be required to extend a small swath of paving, put the curb and gutter and sidewalk in along their project frontage. But you would still, at the completion of this project, we'll still have a full 4 lanes of travel.
Okay, and the question I always ask you on these, do you want to answer it before I ask you? When are we going to have this done?
So we're targeting advertising this the 2nd quarter of this year. So
advertise for construction?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. We have final engineering plans. We now have the environmental document. There's some regulatory permitting that we're wrapping up, similar that we had to do for PIN. As soon as we get that, we will advertise this as well. We have money, and to maybe speak a little more to Councilmember Finn's point, is this is funded by Road and Bridge DIF. So that would be the funding for the construction of this project.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, and thank you, Mayor.
Okay, any further comments or questions? All right, well, just a quick comment from myself. So thank you. This project is needed. It's going to help mitigation on that, the whole traffic issue, and especially on First Street. I'm glad to see that we have mitigation factors for the bioresources that were addressed. And it's such a significant project, and the significant environmental impact that came, I'm glad to see the mitigation factors are there. So I'm confident with that. So with that, I will entertain a motion. All right. If I had it
Mayor,
in
I'll make
front
a
of me, I
motion.
would do it. So, go ahead, please.
I'll make a motion to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation and monitoring and reporting program for the Second Street Extension project and direct staff to prepare notice of determination to be filed with Riverside County Clerk Recorder.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right, with that, we are on item H3, hold a public hearing and adopt an addendum number 1 to the mitigated negative declaration for the Beaumont wastewater treatment plant upgrade expansion and brine line pipeline capital improvement projects WW-04 and WW-05. Staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Carol Kendrick, Planning Staff, again presenting another CEQA item, working in conjunction with Public Works. This is for the Mesa Lift Station and Force Main project that has 2 components that include improvements to and continued operation of the existing lift station and construction and operation of 2 segments of a new 19-inch force main in the southwestern portion. The initial mitigated negative declaration that was done for the Beaumont wastewater treatment plant and upgrade, expansion and brine line did analyze impacts to the area. The proposed construction will be occurring within areas that were evaluated in the alignment. And under CEQA, section 15164, an addendum to an adopted negative declaration may be prepared only if minor technical changes or additions are necessary. So our environmental consultant did feel that this project did fall within those requirements, as well as state CEQA guidelines, section 15162A, that stated if there are any specific conditions that require the preparation of a subsequent document rather than an addendum. It lists specific requirements. CEQA, as the city as the lead CEQA agency, has reviewed the lift station and force main project in light of the above requirements for CEQA and determined that none of the above conditions requiring a preparation of a subsequent or supplemental mitigated negative declaration apply. Therefore, an addendum to the Beaumont wastewater treatment plant MND is appropriate environmental documentation for the lift station and fourth main project. So at this time, staff would recommend that the council hold a public hearing and adopt addendum number 1 to the mitigated negative declaration for the Beaumont wastewater treatment plant upgrade, expansion, and brine line, which are capital improvements WW-04 and WW-05, and direct staff to prepare a notice of determination to be filed with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder. That concludes my presentation. We also have Cheryl Degano with Webb & Associates that prepared the environmental document, and then we do have Jeff Hart with the Public Works Department that can answer any questions.
All right, thank you. With that, we will open our public hearing at 7:08. Do we have public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, then I'll close public hearing at 7:09 PM. And do we have questions or concerns from staff? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to direct staff to prepare a notice of determination to be filed with Riverside County Clerk Recorder.
Oh, the top one.
Oh, okay. And to adopt the addendum number 1 to the mitigated negative declaration of Beaumont wastewater treatment plant upgrade, expansion, and brine pipeline capital improvements projects WW-04 and WW-05.
I'll second that.
Roll call?
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. And just a quick mention to public, we'll be moving item 7 up to the beginning of action items after this last public hearing, if council has no disagreement with. So just to let the public know, I-7 is coming up soon. Okay, so that brings us to H4, public hearing to consider an ordinance amending Chapter 2.35 of the Beaumont Municipal Code, Financial and Audit Committee. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. At two previous city council meetings, both of which occurred in December, initially, Councilmember Finn requested that we bring forth Chapter 2.35 Financial and Audit Committee to council for discussion. That discussion was held, and we brought back another item at December 20th to confirm what we understood as direction from council. So tonight is the first reading of the ordinance based on those two previous discussions at City Council. And I'll just briefly summarize what the changes are to the proposed changes are to Chapter 2.35. We will reduce the number of members to 7. That will be 2 city council members, the city treasurer, the city manager as a non-voting member. However, the city manager will be included as to purposes of a quorum. 3 residents, one of which can be a business owner operating within the city. The next thing is to reduce the number of meetings to read to at least quarterly. And then lastly, adding the powers and duties of that body to make recommendations to City Council regarding the draft annual comprehensive audit report. And with that, that concludes my staff report.
All right, thank you. Public hearing, we will open public hearing at 7:11 PM. Public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that, we'll close public hearing at 7:12 PM and open up for council discussion or comments. Yes. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and approve by first reading by title only an ordinance of City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, amending Chapter 2.35 to the City of Beaumont Municipal Code.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right, and with that, that brings us to item I, category action items. Approval of, again, of all ordinances and resolutions to be read by title only. And if I have no objections from council, I'd like to move item I-7 up. And see no objections, then we're going to start with I-7. So we will have a staff report. Sorry I sprung that on you there, Doug.
All right. Mayor and council, thank you. I have before you an item that we are bringing back. We began this discussion on December 20th and began to discuss some of the recreation fees. Leading up to this, the city hired a consultant to take a look at what some of the fees that might need to be adjusted. That was citywide, not just for my department and community services. And as part of that, we began a discussion internally, what fees need to be added, what fees need to be taken a look at. We specifically came before you with just the recreation fees, this portion of this soon to come before you master fee schedule, because there were many items in my department that were never in the master fee schedule, that we were never collecting fees for. So we wanted to begin that discussion. We wanted to do some in-depth research to start asking some of our neighbors and some of our surrounding communities to begin to talk to individual cities to see what they're doing, how they're handling this aspect of the way they do things as well. So we began to do that process last year, and we came before you on the 20th, presented to you as part of this process also what we're calling the Field Policy Handbook. And this is something that we are asking for you to take a look at. We asked that last meeting, see if there were any concerns, any edits, things that you would like us to change, and so we did that. And this policy really allows us to have a policy in place that gives us a systemic way to assign and allocate fields across our community. We have a lot of organizations that participate in youth sports and adult sports. We have a lot of travel ball teams. We have a lot of club teams. We have recreational programs that all use our community. And we want to be able to come up with a way that we can fairly and equitably distribute and allocate those fields. And we talked about that in our last discussion. We talked about residency. We talked about serving our community and making sure that our community is being able to get priority. Well, without the policy and without things in place, it's hard for me to make decisions to have something that backs me up when I say, no, I need to make sure that this youth nonprofit has the field space instead of another organization. And so we wanted to formalize that process. That's what this handbook does. And as part of that, we also wanted to begin the discussion about fees, to take a good look, like I said, what are other cities doing? Where do we fall in that scale? And we discussed last time we were at the very, very beginning at that scale because we were at 0 at the time. And so we wanted to take a look at that. That's what we did on the 20th. We came back today really to take into consideration some of the edits and some of the comments that each of you provided at the last meeting. We took that meeting and I took those notes that night and watched the meeting numerous times and had conversations with each of you just to make sure I was understanding and we were getting the right idea on your comments and direction for that. So in the staff report tonight, you'll see a redlined edited version. And that red line was to kind of show what we originally came with you, and then those red lines were made after that December 20th meeting, and now moving forward with that. And so we've invited organizations and have been talking to them. As I mentioned previously in our meetings, we have a regular meeting where we'll meet with the leagues, the sports leagues, where they'll come together and we'll talk about allocating fields and we'll talk about different things that are going on in their leagues. And I also update them on things that are coming, whether that be a project or whether that be something a closure that might affect them, and that be Stewart Park or something like that. We go over those items, and in those meetings we've been talking about something that would be coming, which would be some of the residency requirements that we're looking for, and then also, again, some of the fees that we were looking at probably adopting and bringing before council, which is where we're at in that process. So most of the items that were different in this, one of the specific questions that we wanted to get, and I included in our staff report, is an update on where we are with the sports park. So I wanted to speak to that for just a couple of moments real quick. And as numerous of our council members asked at the last meeting where we were in that, earlier last year, we were fortunate enough to have some surplus funds, and you guys had all offered and said, hey, let's invest some money in our sports park. And so we hired a consulting firm. We talked about a turf conversion. We're also in the midst of some water and drought issues. And so we wanted to address those and then also put some well-needed maintenance and new infrastructure into our sports park. And so we came forth with that turf conversion report. You guys decided that we should have 2 synthetic fields. And so that's the process that we're moving towards right now. Right now, we are in the designing the RFP so that we can send the RFP out to retain services for construction documents. And so someone will come and hire, and they'll do the precise grading plans and figure out all the electrical requirements. We also are going to be adding lights to 2 additional soccer fields and then all of the baseball fields on the north end of the sports park as well as part of this project. And so we are in the beginning stages of that. I would expect that RFP to be done soon, and then we will release that RFP for bid, and then we'll begin the process for construction documents. I believe that construction document phase should take between 4 and 6 months for everyone to come in and do the things that they needed to get and get soils reports and all the stuff that needs to happen in order to make those construction documents. Once those construction documents are completed, we would then package together another RFP that would be for construction services, and then we would begin those construction services after a contract is awarded from that RFP process, the second RFP process. So that's where we are in that process right now. as that project continues to move along, we'll make decisions about maybe buying products early and as soon as we can so that we can maybe cut out some of that wait time and lead time that's happening with some of our projects and stuff. So I imagine that we will have those conversations specifically about the sports park turf conversion coming up soon. And I wanted to make sure I included that in the staff report for you guys as well. I know there's some questions and some things that each of you wanted to say, and I also know that we have some of our nonprofit organizations that want to speak as well, and so I wanted to offer that time as well, and I can address some of those questions that might come up.
Mr. Story. So that brings us then to public comments.
Excuse me, Mayor. Could I get a couple clarifying questions from Mr. Story before we start public comments? Because I think there's some more information that the public needs to know.
Sure.
So we made a large financial commitment to improving the sports park.
Correct. Over
the sport, help me just sort of ballpark figure
it was
numbers.
Over $5 million.
So the additional artificial turf fields, we planned for, what was that?
That was I think we said 4.2, and then we have about almost $1 million for the lighting project.
So the 4.2 was to put in the artificial turf.
Correct.
And then we earmarked about $1 million for the lighting of the park.
Yes, sir.
And then what are our short-term improvement plans, because the artificial turf is going to take a year and a half to get that in place. So just if we could talk about short-term and in relations to what's happened the last 2 weeks in rain and that kind of stuff. So, because I know that before we couldn't do much to the turf because the water district would not allow us to water it enough to keep it alive.
Correct.
So if you could speak to some of those, I would appreciate it.
Sure. The whole conversation with the sports park really began in May, April, May, when we came before council to do a project, which was a turf planing project, which is a process where we essentially scrape, for a better word, scrape the entire, and then we would place on new dirt and then new seed and let that grow. And so we came before you with a contract for those turf plating services. City Council did approve that contract, and so that money is available and earmarked for that project to happen. However, in that same meeting was about the time we were receiving some notifications from the water district about watering restrictions. And the contractor did admit that it would be very hard for grass to successfully grow if you do not water it a lot and appropriately. So we chose to push pause on that. Not pause on the funding, but pause on the starting of that project. And so we do have the ability to restart that project. I know in the last few days it's hard to talk about water restrictions when there's water pouring through buildings sometimes and flooding streets and everything. And so that is a larger conversation. But we do have that money earmarked. We rolled that over. That was in our previous budget, but we did roll that over with finance so that we wouldn't lose that money, so that we could go forward at an appropriate time. And that was the recommendation from council at that time. That's what started the whole conversation for turf conversion. And we wanted to put money into the park, but because of the water restrictions, we thought, well, let's start going down the path of a synthetic turf process. And what does that look like? We didn't really have funding ideas or any of that stuff. And so that's where we hired the consultant to look at the turf conversion process. And we brought those reports to council previously.
And so we're planning at this point 2 turf fields and then 2 regular natural fields, correct?
Correct. And when the project would be done, we do have the ability to do that turf planing now. And we can move forward at council's direction, at our city manager's direction. I know there's some conversations that I'm not in per se with the water district. And so I don't know if there's that same level of caution from them right now, but we do have that money set aside and that project is ready to go. It would just be a matter of reinitiating that contract with the contractor that we awarded it to.
And one last question, the structure there, what we were going to do with the snack bar.
Correct.
restrooms?
We had there was some money set aside in our CIP previously to address the bathrooms and to do an upgrade at that facility. And so that is still in the CIP, and it is something that we have money earmarked for.
Okay, and thank you, Mayor, for your indulgence. I appreciate that.
No problem. And want to follow up too, and everything you referred to is for the sports park. So it doesn't refer to Palmer Park or anything.
Correct. So this conversation, addressing Councilmember White's questions was specifically for the sports park. The sports field, the handbook that we're discussing today is for sports fields across the city. And that is a important distinction. I think sports park is one single set of fields in our city that consists of numerous parks that have sports fields on them. So that does apply, yes, to the whole field, but that project is specifically just at the sports park.
All right, very well. I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll open to public comment period at 7:25. And we have public comments?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure we do. Okay.
I have, I'm sorry.
Did I mention the public comment at the meeting, beginning of the meeting on the procedure?
Yes, you did.
I didn't, okay. So I remind you, we have a 3-minute limit. We do have the lights that go on there. The yellow light will be a minute warning, and then the red light will mean your time's up. Please be cognizant of the time so that we can all speak. And with that, we will entertain our first comment.
I have, I believe, 7 in person and 5 written comments. Would you like me to start with in person? Or?
Let's go in person, you bet.
First is going to be Anthony Lobo, and after that will be Adrian Pochulin. Anthony Lobo? Not here?
He might be in the overflow.
In the
So we do
overflow.
have some overflow.
We can move to Adrian Pochulin.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Lobo's here. Okay.
Hi, how you doing tonight? All right, so a couple things. I am a teacher out here in Beaumont, and I also used to coach club soccer. So I'm very familiar with those fields over there. Sorry, there we go. All right, so I'm very familiar with those fields over there. My main concern is I heard the plan and process that you're going to be doing in a couple of years. My main concern is taking care of the issue with the fields now. I know there's a fee that's going to be incurred onto these future ASO publics, all these public teams. My main concern right now is being a teacher. I've heard of my students that already can't afford it at the price it is now. And with the new fees, you're going to be pricing out all of our people here in Beaumont. As a previous club coach, I know firsthand we've had to move to different cities, host our games in different cities because our fields are a laughing stock. Other people don't even want to come to play at those fields. We actually have negative comments every single game saying, these fields are terrible. Why do we play here? Let's play somewhere else. And there's nothing we can do about it because that's the biggest place that we have, especially for club soccer. We need those big fields. Personally, I have been out there and I tore my ACL walking on that field, and I had to have surgery over the summer. So I know they're very hazardous. And we have multiple pictures of soccer balls shoved in the holes to try and fix it, gravel, wood chips to fix holes. It's, simple. Put some dirt out there. It's, in my opinion, put some dirt out there. And we've contacted, city managers many times, and I'm sorry, I forget your name. Was it Doug? Yes. Doug, yeah. We did speak with Doug one time because we were pushed over to the field right over here by Palm because the city ASO teams, pretty much have control over those fields apparently. So that's my main concern is driving out kids that are here to different cities, whereas we should be welcoming them here and not pricing them out and maintaining what we have. So thank you. That's about it.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Adrian Pochulin, and after that will be Robbie Snyder.
And Adrian's last name one more time?
Pochulin? Is Robbie Snyder here? Okay, we can go ahead and do that.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Do I need to push this? Is it?
No.
Good. We're good. We're good. I guess I first wanted to start with some clarifying questions. I'm just kind of getting up to speed here. So I think I was a little confused by your report. You're saying the money's already allocated for this project, or so you guys already have earmarked for that project?
We address this to council, and then we'll ask.
Sorry.
That's okay, just protocol. Thank you.
So I guess that's my first question of just trying to get clarification. Do you guys already have the funding for it, or you guys are trying to find a way to raise the funding? That's what I'm trying to, that's my first question.
Okay. And then go ahead and continue because we don't have a dialogue back and forth, so just go ahead and keep going.
And then my second question is, if you guys already have the funding for it, what is the funding that you're about to collect through this project going to be utilized for? To kind of piggyback off of what Mr. Lobo, I actually coach for junior All-American football here, so I can easily speak for the the conditions of the field. And I'm all for investing into our kids and investing into a safe place for that, as long as I know that's where my money is actually going to. So I guess I want to get more clarification on that, because at the beginning of his report to you guys, it sounded more like the fees were based on more of organization purposes. Just it's an easy way to organize it, to give who priority over what. So if that's the case, why are we, for our kids that are in this community that our taxes have already paid for that park, why are we having to pay double to have our kids get priority over the park over an adult league that might be composed of a lot of other things? So that's my main focus. I'm just trying to understand where the funding, if you guys already have the funding, what that money, if you guys already have it, what our money is going towards for those fees. And we need to figure out something for those fields in the short term, because it is definitely a hazard, especially in a physical sport like tackle football, where you're actually getting tackled onto that surface. I mean, our practice field is filled with rocks easily bigger than golf balls that our kids are getting tackled on. And, limiting practice time to be able to afford that is not an option for a sport like football, where you need as much practice time as possible to be able to teach these kids appropriately how to do the sport completely safely. So we need as much practice time as we can. And as Mr. Lobo said, a lot of these kids in these surrounding communities, including Beaumont, can already not afford these programs. So being a coach, out of my own pocket, I've been helping kids with other little things just because they can't afford water bottles or this or that. So that's my biggest thing, is just the money of understanding where all that's going to. I know my time's up.
All right, thank you. So for the public, let me just comment. So when we come up, and we won't address public comments until after. So we'll hear all the comments, staff can take all their notes down, and then at the end, we'll have everybody question answered, and we'll direct staff to do that, because we can't have that here for time's sake. Okay, so let's go and continue.
Next speaker is Adrian Pochulin.
Nicole? Speaks.
Yeah.
Good evening, Adrian Pochulin. I'm a father here, along with Mr. Lobos here. Both daughters play soccer, one on a club team and one on ASO. Very different clubs or organizations. Like we were talking about, the fields are just horrendous. I know there's future plans. I think we talked to Doug several times when I was on Madrid. He came out and actually spoke to us, which is kind of cool to have a representative and explain the process to everybody. However, it was disconcerting when you lose those fields to other organizations like ASO, and I guess now there is a policy that's going to be in place, which answers one of my questions. Going back to the field, how they are, they're horrendous. We lost a lot of tournaments, having other teams from other organizations come out, wanting to play for our tournaments to raise money for our clubs. It's happened several times. Another thing we brought up is the fees. It is unfair that we had to almost get double taxed. if you play out here in Beaumont, you pay taxes. We have property taxes, one of the highest in the county with a lot of the Melrose. So it kind of hurts pockets to be able to, we're going to pay more, and that's kind of the solution for everything, it seems. It kind of hurts the parents. You know, you see these kids, uniforms are already expensive, the fees are expensive just to go in the organization. Then you have to volunteer your time with snack bars and all this other stuff. But to pay another fee just to say, okay, we're going to throw some more money at it so you can play there, it is unfair, like the gentleman before me said, to get almost double taxed. Appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker is Steve Rigg, and after that will be Emily Thomason.
Mayor, city council members, thank you for listening to us tonight. You guys started off the meeting talking about youth. You guys had youth, city council members up here and getting sworn in. That's why I'm here tonight, because of our youth. The fees that you guys are wanting to propose, I don't think it's right. We're the highest city in the state that pays taxes, just about. And it's hard because, you know, this is my first year coaching. I coached football this year, my first year. And I've had to pay a lot out of pocket because a lot of kids their parents could not pay the full fees. And some of the kids weren't going to be able to play, so I came out of pocket because I wanted these kids to play. It's a lot of people in this room know about 2.5 years ago, I lost my son in a car accident. And his brother, that's what he loves to do, is play. He loves to play football. And I've seen it in these other kids' eyes. They wanted to play, but their parents can't afford it. So with these new fees that you guys are proposing, it's the youth is going to suffer. And I don't think it's right. So thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment.
Emily Thomason. And then it'll be Anna Olvera.
Hi, my name is Emily Thomason. I've been working in the Beaumont Snack Bar since I was 7 years old with my mother. Over the years, we've been dealing with the same electrical issues. No AC for the years, and it was recently fixed last season. All electrical maintenance work during the season has been done by our commissioners. My mom scrubs the snack bar from top to bottom, does cleaning in the bathrooms, and has bleached the ground around the snack bar when the homeless community has come and used the ground as a bathroom. My mom puts her heart into this snack bar, and she loves being able to cook and see the faces on all the happy kids. Raising fees puts a real financial hurdle in that. My family has been a part of this town my whole life, and my mom has been in the Beaumont JAF for as long as I can remember. This field needs real work, the work that was promised before raising the fees and then some. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Anna Olvera, and I'm the treasurer for the Beaumont JAF. A few years ago, I was part of the Budget and Finance Committee, and I joined because I wanted to know where my money was going. And I know that the city of Beaumont, main money is through the tax. That's where it receives its main revenues, whether it's from sales tax, property taxes. On top of it, I live in a community, so I pay CFDs, Melrose. When I joined, I really wanted to know where that money went. I couldn't understand why I was paying so much money in Melrose. When I got a breakdown, it said it went to the parks, for the water, for the lights, and it was not just parks in my subdivision. It was for the whole city. And in that breakdown, it gave a breakdown of where the money went. So I don't understand why, if you guys already have the money, why we're paying again for it, if that's what our Melrose was the purpose of where it was going for. And I also don't understand is if we're already paying through our property taxes, sales tax, yes, it should be allocated to residents that are only here. We can provide proof that all of our kids, they live here. Our chapter requires it. So, you know, a lot of the times we had to share with adult rugby, and not to, you know, put them on blast or anything, but a lot of them weren't even from our city. But here we were able to share with AYSO, with other teams, you know, for the use of the park. You know, I just don't understand how the money that we have to pay again, it would put an additional $30 per registration per kid. As it is, I fundraised over $6,000 from my business clients just so that we could sponsor kids that couldn't afford to play this sport. And I don't find that very nice.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jeff Hargraves. And after that will be Arda Williams.
Good evening, guys. I guess I'm going to harp on the same thing here, which is, as Beaumont Jaff, we are parents in this community. Everybody's a parent. We pay our taxes for our community, and we can barely get through and afford for our kids to pay. Just like Anna said, every one of us as board members, we put out money to help kids continue playing the sport and what they love. When we add extra fees and we take registration up, not only do you take money out of our budget that we help sponsor kids to play with, but you're also driving away kids that can barely afford it. And everybody says, push them out of town, they go to another place, but the realistic side of it all is when you push them out of their sports with higher fees, is you're pushing them onto our streets. You're not pushing them to another town, you're pushing them to a gang, alcohol, and violence by opposing fees that we already cover inside our taxes. If they're not in a football helmet, if they're not on a soccer field, they're on your streets. That becomes a problem for our city. That becomes a problem for us as parents. We all work 2 jobs. Both parents work, we're not home. And where our kids are at is safe. They're with public figures. We have CAL FIRE, retired cops. We've even had other members that are here coaching on our staff, true community leaders. And you're pushing them away from those positive influences through fees onto our streets. The number one thing that every one of those young youth that sat up here is here to attack is kids on the streets. When you raise our prices and you attack us in general, you put kids on the streets. They don't go to Redlands and play Jaff because they're the same price. They're dealing with the same issues. They don't go play AYSO and Banning. They go to your streets. I understand we have to come up with funds for it. I understand the stuff has to be done. But the number one thing you guys have to look at is that I have 4 kids. And if I can't put them in football when they turn 13, 14 years old, and they don't want to be at home with mom and dad, instead of going to football, where are they going to go? They're going to go to your streets. And that's the way you guys have to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker is Arda Williams. After that will be Rusty McCauley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Artal Williams. I'm a parent here in Beaumont District. These are some of the people I've been coming up with doing football, basketball, and all the recreational sports around here. Just had a few questions, and I know I directed to you. Did the department work with any of the leagues to see what it would do to them financially with the fee increase over the years, not having any? It's unfortunate that a lot of these kids can't afford it, and then when they come up to you and the parent come in and sign the paper and see how much it is and wondering why it's $30, $40, $50 more this year, it doesn't make you feel good. But because I know expenses rising and things of that nature, but when you're a resident here, you expect the city to help you. And hopefully we could kind of table this discussion and kind of get all the leagues together. I know that kind of sounds kind of too big, but I think you should get some of the grandfather leagues that's been around here for a long time and been helping these kids and things of that nature get together and come up with something that's not so one-sided. We feel that we should come up with agreement that, hey, if there are going to be any increases, that it's not just pushed on us, and we come up with something that makes sense for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rusty McCauley.
Hello, thank you for listening. My name is Rusty McCulley. I have been involved with Junior All-American football coaching. Also started coaching baseball. And I'd just like to share just what happened this last weekend. A mother comes in, she said she was recently a single mother of two, inquiring what the cost is, and then asking if there's any kind of payment programs, because the cost as it is right now, she can't afford. So I'd just like to go on record, I'm totally against all of the fees. Being a parent and a coach on these fields, you've all seen the fields, I think, and we all know that they're really, really bad. I was just down there practicing with some baseball just before the rains, and it's worse than ever. And the rocks that I guess we're trying to fill these potholes with, they're like the size of a potato. I mean, it's crazy. Anyways, I would just like to say, totally against the fees. I'm from a family, my grandmother raised me, and I couldn't play youth sports until I was in high school, and it was free. So in adding these additional fees, we will take kids out of these programs. I mean, eggs are now $10 for 18 or something like that? So anyways, just like to share that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I can go to the phone line if you're ready.
All right, so that concludes in-person speakers. Okay, and we're going to phone or written.
We'll go to phone. Rudy, do you have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and put them through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go right ahead.
I'm on?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name's David Valdivia. I'm just speaking to the more towards the allocation and stuff like that. I'm in constant contact with Heather and Doug, and just part of the reason I'm more concerned with the Rangel Park and Valdivia Field down there is allocating it. I know the Beaumont Bombers and other people use it or whatever, and it's a public park. But the allocation, I mean, my family technically built it on the city property there, and the whole reason we built it was because we couldn't find fields uptown and stuff like that. And I just want to make sure when it is being allocated, and I think Doug and Heather and them are pretty fair with it. Just making sure that we, as an adult team, that built that for our adult field or softball, that we kind of get more noticed at that, because we do a lot of our own maintenance, and I know the city does their maintenance, mowing it and doing all that stuff, but we do a lot of maintenance, and we've been in there in the city council meetings and stuff like that, just to make sure that we're kept in mind. I know a lot of stuff is geared towards the youth and stuff, but we still use that field a lot, and as my nieces and nephews are coming up, they use that field a lot and practice and stuff like that, and it's used by City of Beaumont residents.
Mr. Valdivia, is that the end of your comment?
Yes, that is.
Okay, we thank you for that comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and how about written comments?
And then I have 5 written comments. This one is to Beaumont City Council. My name is Dodie Carlson. I'm the facility coordinator for Beaumont Youth Baseball/Softball. We are the single largest youth sport in the community year-round. We are submitting this to the proposed sports policies and fees for the use of recreation space with the city. While we understand the need for these, it will create a financial hardship on the recreation programs in the community. We are more concerned with the lack of planning and foresight of the current and recent councils for recreation. The city went on a mission to build without any thought to recreation for youth or adult. What is currently available was a capacity 2 years ago. The two largest youth programs for youth ASO soccer and BYB baseball softball, approximately 3,000 players yearly. That doesn't even include the other 8 to 12 youth and adult sports with no place to practice or play. Why can't the city set a standard for the developers to follow? 1, X amount green space to include 1 regulation baseball field, 1 regulation soccer field, 1 regulation half court, full lights, bathrooms. If they want to build, they will provide these things. We just need to set the standard. The city owes the people of this community this space for the great community, for all of the people who are born and raised here and continue to raise their families and grandchildren. Thank you, Dodie Carlson. Next one is from Ruth Humble. I can't attend the meeting this evening. Please read my comments for this item. Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. I read your director's proposal for the fee increase for the fields, and I'm a little frustrated at how the city continues to operate. The city does not provide residents a robust community services department or programming. We have 1 community center, no pool, and some parks. While I appreciate some of the very minimal work that your director has done, it appears he's only presenting things here and there. He had done a more thorough job, you would have far more information on the cities. He left out the city of San Bernardino, not sure why. They have several leagues, both adult and youth, that use various fields in the city. I went ahead and researched the surrounding cities that were highlighted, and there seems to be information missing that should have been part of this table. One of those cities, for instance, Rialto, has 7 different categories that organizations can fall into, yet staff only highlighted a few. Wouldn't it be better if all of the information for the various cities to look at and consider before making this decision? Was there a committee put together in order for this recommendation to be put together? It seems as though your staff continue to operate a very non-transparent way. There is no checks and balances for Community Services Department and what they present to you when it comes to decision-making and policy setting. Did the department work with any of the leagues to see if what it would do to them financially with any fee increase after years of not having any? My friend recently asked you, council, to form a Parks and Recreation Commission so that things like this can go through the commission and be vetted before they come to you for final decision, so that they can make sure the staff is doing a thorough job and not one-sided. The Parks and Recreation Commission would allow the community to be truly represented and have a seat at the table. I ask that you table this item and have your director work alongside the leagues to see what work we can work together harmoniously to reach a resolution that is not one-sided. Why not consider taking a look at this again? I understand that there are many leagues trying to come over to Beaumont because of the fees, but there is a better way to address this. Why not grandfather the leagues who have been here for years providing these sports programs for our youth? Give them priority than those other organizations that are not made up of Beaumont residents and have them pay fees. Then the programs that are not recreation-based and more of a competitive background have them pay fees. I didn't realize how long this email was.
Have you been timing?
And the timer is not going, I'm sorry. Do you want me to continue?
How much longer do you have?
Maybe 3 more minutes?
Let's
Do
go
you
ahead
want me
and
to
stop
email
there.
it to
Yeah,
council?
let's email it to council, and I need the name of that resident again.
Yes, this is Ruth Humble.
Okay, so let's go ahead and stop at that point, and I will email it so that it's on the record to council, if
Mhm.
that's okay with council. Good, okay, and we'll continue.
I'll on this one. This is from Eric Bennett. My name is Eric Bennett. I'm a resident of Beaumont for 20 years. I have been involved in youth sports for close to 20 years and have been involved with ASO for the last 15 years. I have been a board member, regional commissioner, and an area director, and now assistant section director helping facilitate a program for over 70,000 players in 3 states. Today you are discussing implementing a fee structure for youth sports in the city at our public parks. We pay some of the highest property taxes in the region, and now you are deciding to charge the citizens of your community to play at the parks. The sports park is in terrible condition as the city hasn't made any investment in the park in years. Anytime the city needed help, ASO was more than willing to help. In fact, we paid to have the field rehabilitated in 2017 and have watched the city fail to take care of it. We offered to help fund reclaimed water piping to the park, and the city declined. We pay for lights, which is a reasonable request, but fields at the public park you're supposed to maintain and don't. Seems silly to me. We elect you all to have the best interests of the citizens and do this right after an election and without input from the sports organizations, and the exact reason why people don't like politics and the politicians, as they don't represent the community desires. To fund parks off the backs of nonprofit organizations and turn your citizens is shameful. We the people elect you all to do what is best for the community. Your local sports programs do a service to your citizens at no cost to our elected officials, but provide an outlet to the youth that does nothing but bring a positive impact to their lives. We volunteer for these programs because we know the impact. To pass along charges to your sports programs and in turn its youth is just a sad state of affairs. I never expected you all to change your mind and vote against this awful proposal, as that's what politics have become. But we believe we will not forget as constituents when the next vote comes around that our city needs some tax increase. Respectfully, Eric Bennett.
Last name, please, again.
Bennett?
Okay.
Next one is from Lizette Orozco.
Okay.
Mayor and council, as you have more discussions on this item, I don't think we should be charging our local organizations like ASO, Junior All-America, and baseball leagues. Looking at the information provided, I would be okay with paying $5 a head per athlete for residents and maybe $10 for non-residents. Leagues that are not from our city should pay the fees, as well as any travel ball leagues should pay the fees. Staff should require the league submit all of their rosters from the registration, along with a utility bill to showcase their residency. But you should still have a committee form so you have a good, solid recommendation that can be presented for your final review and adoptions. If you had a Parks and Recreation Commission, we would have additional eyes and feedback on your policy as well as a recommendation. And I have one last one. Oh, this is the same letter from Dodie Carlson. That's it for written. Should I double check with the phone line?
Yes, please.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment at 6:57 PM. And, oh, so did I say 6? 7:57 PM. And giving us more time. And let's go ahead and, I think staff needs to probably address some of the comments first, unless you wanted to start doing that.
I would like to
Did I
start.
do that? Okay, so hold the comments there and let's let council do their discussion and then we'll intertwine those together. So let's go ahead and start with Councilmember White.
Okay, definitely, we hear you. This is not something that we're just trying to tax you and fee you to death. So I'd like to start off with just a little bit of history. The parks and fields were maintained, and there was at least one sports organization that was putting money into the fields, and that was AYSO. AYSO was taking some of their money that they were using for registration, and they were spending thousands of dollars to improve the fields. This happened as recent as when we first came on council, so 6-7 years ago. The fields were considerably better, but it wasn't AYSO's responsibility to do that. And they were the only the only league that was doing that. So what we're looking at is, right now, we are doing well because of the restructuring of our finances, the addition of retail that is bringing a lot of additional revenue in. We have the money to improve the parks. We have the money to bring them back to regular, but One of the problems that was happening, and a lot of people don't know this, was 6, 7, 8 years ago, the city was broke. And so the city's position was, and this was before all of us came on. I came on 8 years ago, but at the time, the city's position was, we really don't have the money to fix it, but AYSO, if you want to fix it, you go ahead and fix it. That has got to change, and we made that clear back 5, 6 years ago. But again, we had the issue where how do we have the other fields, the other leagues kick in? Now, at this point, we can and have the resources and the will and the direction has already been given to upgrade that park. We understand it's a horrible park. We understand that there are holes there. I think it's almost too dangerous to play on. But we're not going to shut the field, because if we shut that field down, all of the negative stuff that you guys talk about, kids going to the streets, those are kinds of things that we're going to have, that we're not willing to do. We were stuck with 2 years of the pandemic, and then actually halfway through the pandemic, the only thing you could do to get out of your house was to go to the parks. So you went to the parks, and our parks were overused. We didn't have the position to start putting a lot of money back into the parks. We can do that now. I like the idea of the Parks and Rec Commission, but I got to tell you, we've got a Finance and Audit Committee. We have a Economic Development Committee. We get a lot of people who show a lot of interest, and then they don't show up. And so, I'm a little bit hesitant to create another commission without the commitment. I am committed to arguing up here that we defer the fees, any fees that we create, until our parks are back up to speed. I'm also would argue that I think that right now, we're in a position where we can help those kids who can't afford if our fee increases. So I think we can put that in place. But the issue is, what happens 3 or 4 years from now, and maybe, we get hit with some more financial issues. We have a recession coming. We need to do what we can do now because we have the money to do it. We do need to find a way to make it equitable, because we do have clubs and associations coming from outside the city because they know it's free here. And I think that I agree with you that we do pay a lot of taxes, but we've got to come up with a solution that is sustainable, something that's going to move forward past what we're working through right now. We are going to improve those parks, but we have to do it in a way that makes sense, and we have to put in place. Now, if you notice at the very end of this item, the discussion tonight is to discuss the proposed fees. We do want to move closer to having a handbook in place, but I think that I'm just speaking for myself. The other four can weigh in, but I think I would be more than happy to reach out and have representations from each of the agencies to talk about some of the things we're talking about, to talk about deferred fees, to talk about a way the city can help the kids who are going to have to or who may have to pay these additional fees. I'm also okay deferring the fees until we get our parks back up to speed. So, but it's something that we have to do because it's one of those things in economics that if it's free, it gets abused. We attract the type of age groups that are not in Beaumont, and the rest of us pay for that. So it is something that we do need to work on, and I think give us a chance and listen to the others. And I think that this is something that we do need to do. We need to find a way to be sustainable moving forward, and that may mean something as $5 or $10, as the one caller suggested, maybe a little bit more for those who can pay. But I can tell you, this is not really to run our parks. I think, and Mr. Story will speak to this later, but we're looking at a recovery cost of about, I think it was 5 or 10% of the cost of maintaining the fields. So we're not looking for fees to pay for the entire fields. We're just looking for fees to make it sustainable and to make it fair, and also to make sure that the people who live in Beaumont and the kids and families who live here in Beaumont are getting priority to the fields. And right now, when it's free and there's no assignment, there's no really great area to people reserving fields. one of the issues we have, they're reserving fields for groups outside, and then they don't end up using the field at that time. And there's no consequence for those folks. So we need to have some structure, and unfortunately, the way to do that is through some sort of fee structure. But I don't want to put our community and our kids and the teams that we've got here at risk. But we need your help. We need you to be willing, if we put together a Parks and Rec Commission, or if we just come out to you, and I think Doug has done this before, reach out to the associations and say, listen, give us your feedback, give us your input. Now is the time that we can do it, because as I said, we can fix these parks and these fields. It does take money, but we have the money and we've earmarked it. It does take time. And also we have to worry about weather and whether or not the grass is going to grow once the rain stops. So those are just some of what I wanted to speak to. And that's all I had for right now, Mayor.
All right, since we're on a roll, I'll go ahead and we'll have Mayor Pro Tem Finn.
I can go after them too.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White covered many of the things that I was thinking. I certainly would support a Parks and Rec Commission as well if we have the volunteers that are willing to come and provide input on that. Staff can answer this in a few minutes, but if they can address the CFD taxes, I know it's a confusing topic for the public. It is my understanding that those are fees to pay back bonds to build infrastructure, maybe not always to maintain it. And so if you can address that in your comments. And then also, in addressing with those field reservations, do we have any way of really tracking unused reservations and so forth to really point out who's using them, who's not using them? Are our local citizens getting, pushed out because some other organization somewhere just reserved every field that they can find, to make sure they had a place to play, and then they find out maybe, I'm just going to pick on Menifee for the moment, maybe there's a field in Menifee that they like better, so they go play there, and they leave the reservation in place and untouched in Beaumont because our field maybe is not as nice, and then our local residents can't even use it, and so forth. I don't want to make it worse for the public. But at the same time, we want to make sure that the public does understand where our tax money comes from and where it needs to go to, and so forth. And if there's a way that we can maybe even subsidize the amounts for some unfortunate families, if there's a way to make that happen, I would support looking into that further. So that's my comments for now.
Have a question on the taxes. Do you want that addressed at this
Yeah,
moment?
I was going to ask, do you want me to address those?
If you guys can do that now, that'd be fine.
Sure.
Okay.
Just the ones the council's asking.
Sure.
not public.
Yes.
Let me speak to the CFD because it is a very confusing subject. So we have multiple improvement areas around town. Almost all of the subdivisions outside the original 9 square miles have a CFD on them. For those of you that don't know, we were 9 square miles and now we're about 30 square miles. So you can do the math. 21 square miles most likely has a CFD on it. There's two parts to the CFD that I want to clarify. So there's 2 line items on a CFD tax bill. The first line item is facilities. CFD facilities generally are expensive compared to CFD maintenance services. The facilities pay for the infrastructure that was put in to build that home. Streets, water lines, traffic signals, curb and gutter, all of those things that come from an empty field to a housing tract. That is completely separate from the maintenance services line item that's on a bill. The CFD maintenance services is revenue to the city to maintain not just parks, all of the beltways, all of the right-of-ways, all of the medians, facilities. So maintenance services is a very large project that the CFDs pay for. It does not just pay for parks. All of these new communities have parkways that you'll see city employees maintaining. All of that money goes towards that as well. So I want to make sure that the CFD maintenance services, which I don't know what the fee is now. I used to pay about $250 a year for my home in Sundance. So roughly 250 on average a year per household. And all of that gets lumped in to cover all of the maintenance that the city does. Weed abatement, Cherry Avenue Channel, Marshall Creek Channel. It's not just for parks. So I just wanted to make that clear.
All right, so next, Councilmember Voight.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. And thank you to the other council members for their comments as well. I think for staff, I just have a couple of questions that maybe you can kind of answer and clarify for me as well. I coached this last year for the first time with ASO, and so I just want that to be known as well, that I have and appreciate the comments that were discussed there as well. And I think that has been a concern of mine, is the transfer of costs, down the way. I do understand there are costs associated with maintenance, and I think to Councilmember White's comments about that, I think that we have to pour more into the fields, and I think that this council does want to, and I think that was the main thing that I heard today. But one thing I just kind of want to speak to is to understand just maintenance, and to really look at that versus improvements. And if maybe staff can kind of speak to that a little bit, so that we can understand maybe what our annual cost of maintenance is, and really kind of highlighting that maintenance term there. I'd like just a little bit of clarification as to, what is currently collected from each of the organizations. And I also, too, if staff could speak to any opportunities that they have reached out to the other leagues and reached out to the organizations, and maybe what the response was back to that. I agree that the commission is a great idea, but my concern is participation, as mentioned previously, and just the two-way interaction that is required in order to kind of continue with those recommendations. So I think that those are kind of the highlights that I have written down at this time. I'm sorry. Mayor, I have one other thing there. I think I would like the discussion around maybe some exemption options, or is there the possibility for exemption discussions for some of our leagues, and maybe some comment around that as well.
Is that something you're asking for now, that you'd like addressed?
I think other council can ask, and then staff can come back, but I mean, up to you.
You prepared
Mayor.
now, or would you like for those questions there?
I can answer those.
Okay.
Yeah, I can answer some of those questions. And I do think it's a good thing to distinguish between the two. As I said in the staff report, and one of the things that brought this whole process up was the consulting firm RCS that came in to look at our fees and to look at our cost of providing services as a whole across all city services. And so what we did is, in terms of ball fields, we took a look at the square footage of a ball field that was being used for sports purposes. So the baseball fields, so some of the parks that have baseball fields on them, Palmer, Trevino, Three Rings Ranch Park, those are community parks, but there's also a ball field component to that, so a specific playing area that's designated specifically for sports. And then obviously we have the sports park, which is the sports park, and so that's mostly for sports, the largest sports area that we have. And so we took all this area that we have in the city and we came up with a cost. What does it actually cost us to maintain that? So we took information about our staffing costs, so our staff that go out there weekly to mow, to edge, to trim, to service the restrooms, to do the different things. So what is the time that's associated with that maintenance? What is the number of employees that's associated with that maintenance? And then also we took a look at what utilities are being used. So the primary utilities at the sports park off of 1 Avenue was electricity for the lights, and then water is the main utility. And then most of the other parks that do not have light infrastructure at it is just water. So we took a look at all of those aspects. We came up with a cost. What does it cost us annually? And so through that report and the beginning of the nexus of this discussion was it is about $615,000 for us to just maintain those parks. And I do appreciate, and I think it is a great thing for us to make that distinction between improvement costs and, like Councilmember White brought up in the beginning, and each of our council members, we have received direction, and not just direction, but we've actually received funding for that. And I know some of our speakers tonight have asked that specific question. Yes, we do have the funding, so it is a project in our capital improvement plan, our CIP, and that money has been set aside for that particular project. In this case, I'm speaking about the turf conversion and the lights at the sports park, and then also the turf planing at the sports park. Those are items that are in the budget. The money is there. We just are in the process of getting those done. And so those would be an improvement, and then we have that maintenance cost, and that was about $615,000. And so we began to take a look at that cost. And then, you know, the implication of fees and some of the other things. Your second question, I think, was appropriate as well, which was, what are we currently collecting? Well, one of the issues that came up in this process was we don't have any fees. There's no mechanism for me to charge leagues. The only thing that's in our current fee structure is lights. And so I can charge for lights. So we installed an app system that users could log into and control the lights themselves. And we put that infrastructure into every one of our parks that have lights. And now there's a mechanism for us to collect those revenues. Those revenues are collected, and we can now associate and we can place those fees that are collected from the user towards those costs for electricity. It doesn't cover the entire cost of the electricity, but it does have a portion. So that was the only fee that we have. As far as field use fees from any league, we've received $0 because there's no mechanism for me to charge and invoice any league at this time. Because as a director, my job is to implement fees that are set by our city council. And so we don't have any to charge people right now. And that's where this discussion began. And so we want to try to bridge that nexus in terms of reaching out with the organizations, not just from the dozens of text messages and phone calls I received this morning and last night and this weekend, but we, as mentioned, we do meet quarterly with the leagues. We have a meeting with them. We speak about numerous issues. And one of the things we have been working with the leagues on is letting them know that this was going to be something that would be coming down the line. A lot of times it would get into the specifics, and they would really want to get into how much exactly it was going to be. And I, again, told them that was something that would be set and at another point, but I would try to give them ranges. I would try to let them know what surrounding cities are doing, and I would ask them, hey, find out from your other organizations what they're currently paying in their city, and start there, because I'm not going to be way out in front of other cities, and I'm not trying to be not way behind what they're charging.
Is that sufficient?
So I just want to clarify, there was opportunity to
Yeah.
respond, negotiate, have discussions around this.
Yes, and I've talked to every one of our league presidents and had meetings with them where we invite them up to the CRC. We have a time to get together and we discuss numerous aspects of everything that we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Lara?
So on those meetings, Doug, what kind of feedback did you get on fee estimates or that they were willing to work with or that they could work with? Did you get any estimates back?
One of the hard things in this whole process is trying to associate a cost and what it's going to cost an organization, because that's based on their usage and it's based on what that reservation is right now. So, for example, it's a completely different conversation with AYSO than it is with pick a league, with JAF. Right now, AYSO requests 11,513 hours of usage across the city at all of our parks. And so if I were to apply any fee to 11,000, right, it becomes a number that raises your eyebrows, right? And so part of this process is that allocation process that we're trying to work through. what we're seeing now is these very large blanket reservations for everything in the park, for everything in the entire city. And you start to get numbers that are extremely high. And so when I would have those conversations, that, you know, was one of the cautions that I would tell them was, you know, maybe the first thing we have to do is really tighten up what that reservation really is. What do you really need to do? Because if you want, I can invoice you for that high of usage. However, it probably, you know, I'm not the treasurer of your league, but it might not be the best way to spend your money. And so that's a different thing. And so we did try to go through and see what this financial impact would be per league. And so what we did is we took information that was given to us on the usage applications that are submitted to us by most of the leagues and most of the teams a couple of times a year. Most of our leagues have a spring season and a fall, or a summer and a winter, or whatever it may be. So they usually have 2 leagues. We ask them how many people are participating in your league. And so we know, you know, based on the application, and I'm definitely not out there with a clicker on Saturday mornings, you know, counting kids and soccer balls and all those types of things like that. But based on the information that's given to us through this application process, we begin to extrapolate that information and say, okay, this would be the impact, or this would be the financial burden based on what that current number is. And so we began to have that information come in and began to get that picture. And that's why it is a little hard to figure that out. I do think the allocation process in this is going to fine tune the usage, and that is going to fine tune how much fees are actually being paid to that. And so I want to try to paint that picture for you as council. And my goal is for our department to provide opportunities for these leagues to use the amount of space and field space that they need. And if council chooses for us to apply a fee to that, then we would apply a fee to that. But then if there's other organizations or other teams that want to use that field and are willing to pay for that, and they fall within the different criteria that we set for the 6 different groups that we set up for the different prices, then we would be able to apply that field. And we would do that cost as well. But we did have opportunities for them to do that. And some of the discussions I've had with the presidents was that, you know, let's look at your usage first. And we began to have some conversations with some of the presidents that, you know, well, maybe it's not a good idea for me just to rent and reserve 14 parks and 21 fields across the entire city. And yes, okay, so
now if you're using numbers to estimate the amount of cost, and the numbers are extremely high, and that youth organization, whichever youth organization it is not using the fields, and that's money. Then,
correct.
So your numbers could be very high
Right.
because you're just basing it on what's been reserved and not necessarily annual usage.
Correct. And I think once you, Councilmember White said, once you apply a fee, whatever that fee may be, anything above free, there will be now a second thought given to, am I really going to use that field that night?
Okay. And I know, I understand you got parents and you've got coaches here who've been there, done the youth baseball, I've done the swimming, and so anytime that you adjust a fee, the family has to adjust accordingly, and that's always a difficult thing. But the item that I've just kind of been thinking about after Councilmember White touched on it is sustainability. The turf is, based on what the consultant had told us, is good for, synthetic turf is good for about 10 years, if you're lucky, depending on use.
10 to 15, yeah.
And I'm just going by the high school recently replaced their synthetic turf for their football field. I think that was $8 million.
Correct.
So that's what starts to really concern me, is the sustainability. We're going to fix these fields. We're going to use synthetic turf. We're going to make something nice for the kids. And then in 10 years, it's going to be something you can't play on if we don't come up with a sustainable plan.
Correct.
So that's something that I think we need to work on, and we need to be cognizant of, because continue not charging for fields, we'll end up with synthetic fields that are just as bad as the dirt fields we have or the grass fields today. And so we have to be able to sustain whatever it is that we improve. And whether that's phasing it in, I don't know what that answer is. I'm still trying to figure that out. I do know going from 0 to 100 is a difficult task to do for families. But I also agree with Councilmember White in the fact that we want to make sure our fields are usable before we begin looking at the charges. But again, therein lies that rub where you fix up a field and you invest in that field. I want to make sure that that money doesn't go to waste, which is why we had to postpone the initial improvement. But I don't want our kids playing on something that's not safe. Their livelihood is important, and it doesn't do any good to put a kid on a unsafe field and have that child get hurt and then not be able to participate anymore. So we're in a difficult spot. I appreciate families coming here and appreciate the coaches taking their time after going to work and coming here and sharing with us. So we have, Group 3 is for groups that are what I'll call non-residential or non-residents of Beaumont?
Right. One of the, in the allocation plan, what we wanted to do was to provide a mechanism to ensure that those organizations that are serving youth as nonprofit organizations were given a significant discount towards their rate. And so we wanted to set that bar. Right now, one of the requirements is residency. So we want the organization to show through an audit that there would be an 80% greater than or equal to 80% residency. So of the people that are registering for your organization, they're from Beaumont, not just this area. That was an important factor to us. And if they were also able to meet other criteria, that they're a nonprofit, that they have their nonprofit status, there's a pretty extensive list in order to qualify for that group 2. If they meet all that, then they would receive the lowest fee that we have here. And then once you get into group 3, 4, 5, and 6, the other groups, those fees were going up based on whatever the deciding factor was for that particular group. So group 3 is also youth organizations, but maybe they don't serve quite as many Beaumont residents.
Okay.
And one of the things that we want to ensure is that those organizations that are serving Beaumont residents do get not only priority in fees, but also priority in practice and availability of fields and all those things. Because like I said, now there's no policy, there's nothing for me to say no to organizations. And then I don't want it to be just decided on Doug and how he feels and what he had for lunch that day or anything like that. It needs to be set in a policy that's adopted by council.
Well, I think if we can figure out how to work the fees, I do agree, and I think the rest of the council would agree that we do want to provide a benefit to residents or the kids that live in our community. I do like what you have in the policy book. I think this book will allow a more even or fair distribution of fields and allow other teams to use fields. I would like to see a sports park plan so that when a group uses a field or has paid for a field, they know exactly what that entails, and so that you don't run into one sport running over another sport, or if, somebody, what we've done as coaches or baseball coaches is, hey, we'll share a field with you.
Sure.
And that also helps to save costs. So there are other things to look at.
We're going to add in the policy handbook, when it's official, we're going to add an appendix of a map of every sports usage area and every park that people can use. So that'll be as an appendix, yes.
That's all I have for right now, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, well, some of my comments now. So first of all, thank you for all the residents and coaches and parents and all students that showed up. We appreciate your input, and thank you for my colleagues for all their valuable input as well. I think, we mentioned the fields being bad, and we certainly know that, and we've answered your call. So you can see that we put significant amount of resources, which is taxpayer dollars and some funding and grants and so forth that we put in towards that. So what we're not asking for is that money back. We're not asking for you to help pay us back the money that we've used in that sense. What we're asking for is maintenance costs. We're asking for upkeep. We're asking for ways to keep our $6 million investments up so that we don't have to keep pulling $10 million every time to put up something new. Because I'll guarantee we're not going to be in those positions in the future being able to pull up that much money. So we're looking at maintenance costs right now estimated about $615,000 a year. So I am totally in supporting of the categorizing the usage based on residency. We must have priority for our residents. I believe that's an utmost assurance that we need because we live here, we do pay here, we deserve to have a priority, and we deserve to have a discounted rate. So I believe in all that. What we have to remember, though, is we need that maintenance cost to help offset, because the $615,000, you say, yeah, we're already paying taxes, but I have 40,000 other taxpayers too that are paying as well. So we're all kind of in this together, and I have to make sure that it's equitable to all our taxpayers. Understand that, okay, you're paying your taxes into that, but they're also paying a little bit extra because they're using it so much. The fields are being worn and so forth, and that's where some of that maintenance cost is coming from. So let it be clear that we're not asking you for money to compensate for what we've paid in for upgrading. We're asking for maintenance. That's what we're looking for. So how we get that equity and how we make sure that residents are paying a little, that's what these charts are for. If your organization says you're paying fees already to the city, you need to ask those organizations, show me what you're paying the city. Because without just lights, there's nothing coming into the city. So I think it's time parents need to go back to their organizations and start asking, where's my money going? Where's my money going? My kids were in all sorts of sports here in the city, and I've asked where my money went, and I never really got answers. And I'm paying $215, $300 there, and I don't know where the money went. So I think, and I'm not saying that there's anything nefarious here, but what I'm saying is we need to look and see what these structures are. Because now the city's coming back and we're saying, okay, here's our time to get this to an optimum level, to get it where it's respectable so that we all can be safe and be proud of what we have. But we're asking for some payback here so that we can spread the hardship amongst not just one set, but all taxpayers. So that's what we're looking for, trying to find that offset from those that use it based on residency and an equitable amount. I understand fees are going to go up, and I understand that, but I think it's time that you go back and say, okay, what am I paying you? Where is it going? And other cities are paying, other organizations are paying cities their fees. Yours haven't been. So it's time that we start saying, hey, what's your fee schedule here? Where's all this going? Because now we have to have some money for the city as well, because it's an equitable thing that we need to do. And we'll come up with the numbers and we'll talk about that. But that's the part we're asking. The city shouldn't have to hold the brunt just because, organizations haven't paid in the past and now we're asking to pay now. We're not asking, again, recovery. $5.6 million is hardly, a part of the $615K. And can you tell me what the percent cost is that you calculated that as a percent recovery for that $615,000? So in your fee schedule, you have numbers.
I calculated it based on what everyone turned in as a request for me for the year 2022. And those numbers were pretty large, right? For some of the organizations, we would recover about $161,000, which would be 26%.
So 26%. Go ahead.
But like I said, I do feel like those numbers are going to contract because this is based on some of those blanket reservations that are a lot higher for certain leagues because they are just reserving everything.
So that would be a conservative estimate in your case.
That would be a very, very, very high estimate, and I would think it will probably drop down. So okay. I would believe we would be less than 20% is what I would.
Okay, so 20%. So council knows we're running at a 58% recovery right now for facilities. 58. So what that means is 58% is being recovered by fees paid by the residents, and the city's picking up the rest of the tab.
For building facility rented, right? For facility building type rentals.
Yeah. So if we look at that same model here, you're saying that the users are paying in 28%.
We were previously at less than 4%.
Right. So we went from 4%. So now we're asking for 28%. Mm-hmm. The city is still recovering the rest of the difference of that.
Yes.
So again, we're not asking you to pay for it all. We're asking to pay a fair share based on a schedule, based on residency, that will help alleviate and spread out the hardship a bit. And again, I've had kids there, and I understand it is a hardship, and the fees are high right now. But that's where I say, go back to organization. Let's find out where that money's going, and seeing if there's some wiggle room there. Maybe that's a conversation for you and your organization. Because I think it's a fair, equitable thing that we start to do, and how much is something that we can discuss. I'm okay with the phase-in, because I don't want to hit anybody hard right at the start, that's for sure. But I think it's something that we need to understand that it's an equitable thing we're asking about. And at a 28% recovery, I don't know, we can talk about that number, but I think it's, it's reasonable, I think. It's on the lower side that I thought of, but 28's okay, because I don't want to put much hardship. If you want to try lower, that's fine as well. But again, I just want to paint that picture to make sure that we understand we're not asking for you to pay for the park. We're already doing that. We're asking for the maintenance there to keep it going so that it's less in the future that we have to come up with. Because we talked about the turf conversion, and how long the lifespan is, and how, when you'll need another one and so forth. And,
Right.
it's an expensive thing.
Right.
But again, we're looking for a recovery, an equitable approach, and that's kind of where the discussion would probably need to go. As far as the commission, I'm okay if the council's looking for a commission, but what I don't want to do is put community members against community members and organizations against organizations. They should pay more, they should pay less, and start having that issue going. Because we're the targets up here. You can give us all your grief and we can take it. That's what we get highly paid for. But for you, I don't want that to be a community issue thing. So I don't know. You can tell me more about the commission if you're interested in going that direction. But we've had twice of input, and we thank those. I recognize some faces on the first time around that we had, and it's our second time around. And, I'm up to discussion on where we go from here. But I just want to paint that picture, because in our job, we're trying to be equitable for all taxpayers, equitable to the city so that we're financially stable and sustainable for the future, but trying not to be an ultra burden to the family, but look for that fair equity and fair share. So those are my comments. Oh, we got more lights coming. Okay, so we'll go with Councilmember Voigt this time.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I just had one more question. Sorry, as you guys have been discussing, I've been processing some more of this. So one question I have is, what is the percentage of Group 2, or what we would anticipate to be those Group 2s? Because I believe the proposed fee, looking at that Group 2, I think that's important that we highlight as well, that there is a distinction between those fees.
Right.
And what percentage do we think falls into that lower kind of fee schedule? And what of the participants that we have currently?
Sure. One of the important distinctions of the new policy that we're talking about is what makes you a resident youth nonprofit league. And there are some distinctions for that. One of the things is these are what, if you're familiar with the sports world, these are your rec leagues. We would call them rec leagues. Everyone signs up, everyone plays, you're guaranteed playing time. This is maybe your beginning introduction into a sport or whatever it may be. This is truly the community benefit, getting kids active, getting them in the community, keeping them off of other activities we don't want them doing. This is what that's all about. And so you have to do that. And the distinction is once you start stepping away from that and you go into more of the, whatever you want to call it, travel, select, elite, club, whatever that is, then those are a different setup, and that's a different grouping, and that's one of those distinctions for that. And so in here, I don't know what the percentage one. ASO is Group 2, JAF, Group 2, NFL, flag football, i.e. Group 2, BYB with the baseball, Group 2. Those are Group 2 organizations. The other organizations are what would either fall into adult leagues, or they would fall into the travel, elite, club, select, whatever that name is for your organization, that type of playing. And so those ones, we do make a distinction. We do believe that those leagues and those those organizations have a different level of wear and tear on the field as well. The kids are there's more of them. There's a different type of wear and tear on the turf and what goes into it and stuff. And so we want to make sure that we're accounting for that. Also, there's other groupings depending on residency status. So group three might have some residents in the group, might be Beaumont residents in there. It might not meet the 80% criteria, which we're recommending as part of the handbook. And then the further you get down, 4 and 5, group 4 and 5, group 6, those might be from other areas. And so right now we have 16 organizations that ask to use our sports fields right now. And those are everything from your youth nonprofits to adult club teams to your travel ball teams from San Jacinto that are coming here to try to use the fields. And so we have them from everywhere. This helps give us an opportunity to make sure the right teams and the right organizations are getting them first.
Let's see, Councilmember Lara, you turned your line off, so Councilmember White?
Thank you. So I'm taking away from this three concepts, three ideas. We need to work out a fee schedule that makes sense and something that we get support and buy-in from your associations, okay? That's number one. Number two, I think the city can come up with a process and some suggestions on how to help subsidize the low-income families, which means if we subsidize some of the low-income families, then some of those not so low-income families are going to be paying, are going to have to pay a little bit more. And then the third concept is that I think it's something that we can do tonight, and that is to propose to defer the fees to at least a one-year process at this point. Now, I'm concerned about that because this is not the first time that we've had this discussion about our parks. It's not even the second time. We've been talking about them since, easily since, back when they first started getting reused by, we were talking about it with AYSO 5-6 years ago. The fact that you all came here is because of the idea that we're going to start charging a fee. So if we defer fees and then we stop hearing from you and you don't support and come in and work with us, then we're going to make a decision on our own. And obviously you're not going to like it because you don't like where we've gone at this point, and we've tried to get input from you. So regarding the commission, I don't know that that's necessary. The mayor brought up some interesting points about I could just envision Jeff and AYSO going at it in the middle of a room as to who gets to pay more, who gets to pay less. I would like to propose that, Doug, you reach out to each association and hopefully if we defer the fees and we try and encourage the associations to work with us, I think you can come back and provide us feedback or insight as to whether you think a commission is necessary. If you can get the support and the feedback that you need, and we can get, the next time we discuss this, we can get more community input like this. Don't wait until you think the fee's coming down next week, because that's too late. And we do want and we need your input. And then that would also give us some time to come up with or to consider the concept of the grants and subsidies. Today, as you heard earlier, we're a Brown Act committee, and we can't do things without agendizing them first. So when we start talking about specifics that are not on the agenda, we have to do that in a future meeting. I think that we could vote to, or I will make a motion when everyone's done discussing that we defer the fees for at least 1 year, and then we review it in 1 year to see where we are with the status of parks, see how much support and input we've gotten from your communities. And then I think that we should put grants and subsidies of low-income families on a future agenda item so that we can dig into that and get more details on that. So that was my final comments.
One thing I did want to, we did talk about we would not want to start any of these fees before the next allocation period, which in the handbook, the allocation period for the spring season has already passed. And so we're working through that with the leagues right now. And so once this handbook gets adopted or gets ready to move forward, we would wait till the next one, which would be the fall allocation period. So I wanted to make sure that leagues knew I wasn't going to call them on the 18th, tomorrow morning, or if we move forward with fees, asking for a fee, that there would be a little bit of time before we would collect that, which would be the next allocation period. And so that wouldn't be due until the fall of '23.
Okay, we have some more questions still from council. Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes, if we were to do something now to defer those fees, what could we do now if we were to defer those fees to help clean up those reservations? Is there something, for example, we know that there's over reservations and underuse. If we defer those fees, I don't want that problem to continue and have ball fields go unused. Is there something that we can come up with in the meantime? It's kind of a tough question.
I honestly don't think there is. And I think the reason that we're in the predicament and that we're in a situation where I get organizations, someone asked, like, how would we even monitor that? And you would be surprised because I get text messages and calls all the time because people will call and ask and say, hey, I want to use this field. Beaumont people from our city. And I'll say, I'm sorry, you can't. The field's reserved, someone has it or whatever it may be. And then, they drive by the field and then they take a picture of an empty field with no one out there. And I look horrible and I feel horrible. And I call them back, like, I'm really sorry, it was reserved and this is what happened. But there's no recourse for that, right? And then so, I'm like, well, go hop on it. I feel horrible. Go play, because I told you no. And it's there is no way for me to do that. And that's one of the reasons we have this process. And that's why we're trying to get to that.
Is there any way that
happens a lot. I mean.
So to answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem, we would have to assign staff every day to go out to the parks and check off the box that says, yes, they're using it, and no, they're not. And that's very labor intensive. That's the only way. I do want to mention that not reserving the fields it is completely different than reserving the fields. So when we're talking about these fees, these are for leagues that want to be able to walk on the field and use it. If there's a family reunion and they want to play a pickup game at a ball field and it's not being used, we wouldn't be charging those people for that.
Right.
The fee comes with
organized,
having exclusive use of that field.
And we want to be able to offer and have a distinction. Right now we have usage and JAF is here. There's a lot of JAF. And I'm not picking on any other organizations either, but there's sometimes rugby will be right next to them, and there's some usage issues, and then I'll call staff and, hey, can we work this out? We need to move these fields over and do this, because the process, because there is no definitive process. It's just turning in a piece of paper, really, and so there's no. There's no mechanism for me to say, hey, there's a fee associated with this. There's these things, and in our world, people respond, and we're able to work through those situations, and they happen quite frequently.
So could there be something maybe as an alternative of a deposit that's collected and then returned after that date? That maybe that will help cut down on those over reservations. For example, let's say it's $30 to reserve a field for Saturday, and then on Monday we write a check back and refund that. That if they're over reserving, they're putting all this money out. Yeah, they would get it all back. I get it, but maybe that will help as a deterrent to over reserve. Just a thought.
And without that in the fee schedule, we don't have the mechanism to charge it.
Correct.
So we can
So you
only
need something
charge
to-
that-
I don't have a deposit. There is no deposit that I collect right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Except
We
the
used
key
to-
deposit.
We used to charge a key deposit, but we have lights on sites now.
Okay.
All right. And I apologize, public comment's over. I'm sorry, it was closed at the moment. Go ahead, Councilmember Lara.
Yeah, real quick, so can we implement the manual without the fees and take the applications for field reserver, or is that just going to create an issue for you anyways? To at least start that reservation process?
You can adopt the sportsbook field policy, we have to have a public hearing in order to adopt the fees.
The fees are going to come back as
Yeah.
the total, with the total master fee
We-
schedule for the entire city, all departments.
We've been holding the rest of the fee schedule pending this conversation because we want to take the entire fee schedule to council at one time. However, what I would like to propose is that we move forward with the rest of the city, the fee schedule that we hired the consultant to do. And then, based on the conversation that I'm hearing, is bring this back for further discussion. But the sports field handbook can be adopted without those fees in it. We could leave a blank. That's
Okay.
not a public hearing. The fee schedule is a public hearing.
Okay. I wouldn't mind doing something like that to at least get people used to that process. Hopefully that cuts down and makes the park usage more, so we don't end up with parks that are not being used. I understand what Councilmember White was saying. I don't know, whenever you start doing it, and not that I'm not sensitive to it, but you start creating scholarships for low income, it's very difficult to determine who gets that and who doesn't. Takes staff time, you're looking at applications. I would just look at possibly a way to implement a phasing of these fees. Maybe, we could sit down and take some input from some of the coaches and the parents and to see what they are willing to do based on the hourly charge. I've just jotted down some numbers, but at least the first year. And then that way, hopefully, things will settle out. You'll get a better understanding of what kind of costs we recovered the first year. And then look at adjusting our fees accordingly to get it up to that 28% or 25%, whatever council agrees to, the following year. So maybe, just as an example, maybe it's instead of $5 an hour per field, it's $3 this year. Maybe, and we see where we're at as far as recovery goes. So just thinking out loud, I do think, and maybe unfairly, but I'm not so concerned about phasing in adult fees as I am phasing in youth fees, because I want to make sure our youth is playing and we're not turning kids away. So, but I don't know if I want to defer fees for a full year. I would like to find out when we can get the fields in shape and how soon that will occur. But I would like the fees to coincide with the fields being safe to use.
Sure.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
And the initial $5, I mean, that's why we're having this discussion. If you guys want to, start whatever, whatever that number is and whatever you decide and direct us to do, we will do. So I'm not married to $5 or anything, just whatever you guys want to start on that, I'm fine with. And then the conversation about getting the fields and doing that, I think that is, if we're ready to move forward, the money's there. It's just a matter of water usage, and that's going to be the difficult thing. And
Would council like us to revisit that item that we brought last year in May?
turf planing?
The turf planing. That truly is the only way that we're going to fix the sports park. We're going to have to shut the field down. We're going to have to turf plane it. And we're going to have to, that park is 28 years old, and it was built by the Army Corps of Engineers as a training project. There's a lot of issues with that, and it's a hamster wheel until we bite the bullet and do it. We're going to have the Gophers, we're going to have the Rocks. If council chooses, we would bring that item back for discussion.
All right, so before I let you go, I got to clarify some stuff. So first of all, I would be interested in looking at it again. The only problem I always have is putting money into something that's temporary and then having to tear it out and put money again. So to me, it's an injustice of taxpayer money. But for this case, because it isn't such a safety issue, then we might have to do something like that. So I'd be in favor of that. A couple of things on the deferring of fees. So if we deferred them, let's just say a year, and I'm not suggesting that, but if we did defer them a year, how does the study go with that? Because our study was done now, so, I mean, things can change in a year and so forth. I mean, do we just have to go with the numbers we have now until our next study?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation.
And that, and the study then gave us the 615 as maintenance cost, but you're the one that decided based on what you've explained and how you've allocated and came out with the hourlies and so forth.
Right.
Is that-
I just used the 2022 information that was provided by all the leagues and then set up, what would that cost most likely be if they kept it status quo? What
Okay,
that cost
so
would
my
be.
question to my colleagues is I need to know, are we in favor of a fee schedule grouping by residency? Is that something that we're still thinking of? Because I'm trying to get, because the problem we have is we keep postponing, and we have good reason because we want to make sure that, organizations are planned and we get the word out and they can shake their budget and so forth. But at the same time, we've got fields being unused and that's a mess. So, we can't keep pushing it off just because, we have to make a decision at some point. But anyway, I need to know what my colleagues are, because this is a Brown Act, so I have to ask you in this open session. And if you don't want to answer, that's fine, but I'm trying to look at our grouping by residency. So if we were to have a fee schedule, are we okay by residency? And go down the line.
Yes.
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 Yes. Sure.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then I want to know, are we in favor of a lower rate for residency? If we
Yes.
have it.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Okay, so that just gives me an idea, because we can't talk amongst ourselves. We have to do it open to the Brown Act. So
Sure.
thank you for that. So go ahead, Mr. Wayne.
So let me make another suggestion. You said that these fees were based on what percent of recovery?
The 2022 numbers, as it is right now for the 15 organizations that reserve fields, would bring 26%
Okay.
recovery.
And, but you don't know because we have the issue with the over-reserving.
Correct.
All of that.
Correct.
What if you come back with a fee schedule that's based on 10%? And we get that going at the next, once the park is safe, and at the next when they.
Using the
allocation-
2022 numbers?
What's that?
Using the 2020
Using
number
the
data.
best numbers you have.
Okay.
And then you come back with numbers at 10% instead of 26%. You take into account what we're talking about as far as the youth, the residency. And that may help with some of the over-reserving. And it will also be, I think, what were some of the fees you're talking about? I don't have them right in front of me. So for the youth, what are the
It's-
current fees?
Sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. No, it's $5 an hour per field.
Okay,
was
so
the group
it
two.
may be as low as $2 or $3 per.
I would assume it would probably get to probably $250.
Give us a year of the lower allocation rates.
And then
Give
move
us
to
the
the
ability
$5?
to get the data that we need to make a better
Sure.
decision.
Absolutely.
That may help a little bit in the over reserving, because at least they're gonna have to put up, how does the handbook do that? So someone makes a reservation, they have to give you a deposit?
That many hours.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a deposit, and then there's an application fee, and all those fees are laid out for them. And so when they do submit an application, there is an application fee. There's also a cancellation fee that is in there as well. So not rain and stuff, we'll credit and we'll work through inclement weather type of things, and it talks about that as well. But for just canceling a permit altogether and just taking a reservation, which forces me to say no to other organizations that want to use that field that weekend, and then coming, and just saying, oh, never mind, we're not using it anymore. There'd be a cancellation fee associated.
And the
with
first allocation you said was fall for AY, so
that.
what about the other?
All league. Well, I mean, I was gonna do the allocation periods were the times where we would assign the fields, and that would be the times where we would be able to establish invoices and establish what a fee, a total fee would be for an organization. And so, because we've already passed the spring allocation period, I was going to wait till the next allocation period, which would be for the fall of 2023.
So if we come back with a much lower starting point with the fees,
Sure.
and you can move forward with the citywide fees, and those fees will not go into effect until, give me a month. What do you mean by fall? I mean,
I
we
believe the
we don't have
applications.
fall
You
here.
could
in
say
Beaumont.
July 1st.
I would say the applications are due, I'm saying right here, here you go. Allocation period is August 15th through December 15th. That's our fall season.
And I think that if we have a park like the sports park that is not up to snuff yet, that we defer the fees on that park.
One of the things that we did put into the allocation period is that we are going to reserve June 1st through August 15th as an opportunity to not have any organizations using the field at that time, at least not in a reservable fashion. It's still open. It would be open to the public unless it was closed by a fence or something because we're resodding it or whatever. But we wanted to put in these periods of time that were annual maintenance. We have to limit the time that leagues are allowed to play on there, and we have to set that schedule ourselves, which is what time is best for us to do the planting and the reseeding and the fertilizing and the aerating and all those types of things. And so we do have that in the allocation period. And so June 1st through August 14th is our annual renovation and maintenance period. And then also December 15th through January 15th, there would be no organized leagues or usage of the fields, just to give the fields time to breathe. I mean, if you think about it, there's 1,500 pairs of feet on a Saturday morning using the sports park because that's where all the games are. And that's great and awesome, and it's exciting that our kids have that opportunity, but it's a lot of little cleats running around. And so we do need to offer some times to do that, and we put that in the allocation periods.
So let me take a stab at a motion.
Yeah, I was just reading, figuring it. Okay, let's hear yours.
So it's going to be a number of items.
Boy.
Number one, you bring back the concept of what you call it, planing the fields.
Turf planing, we're going to bring that as a separate item.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you come back with some numbers on 10% allocation, and that fees will not be charged for a park that is not yet ready for safe use. And you do an outreach to the associations one-on-one and see what kind of feedback and input we can get. That's my motion.
So well, that's more direction than a motion. Could I move to approve the sports book without the sports policy handbook?
Yes,
Without the fee
yes,
schedule
yes.
and bring the fee schedule back at a later
So
time?
I'll second that motion. I withdraw my motion, since you didn't think it was a motion.
I liked it, though. It was good clarification for staff. Okay, so we have a first.
So we're going to
and-
move to pass the, you
Yes,
have a second.
we're going to pass the handbook, sports facility policy handbook, and we're going to, without the fees, and we're going to bring the fees back at a later time.
Okay.
Is that good? Okay, so we have a second, so we'll take a roll call on that, no discussion on that? All right.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyd,
Yes.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
And Mayor, may I ask, do you want another item to come back on the Parks and Rec Commission?
I don't, but.
Not until we have feedback from Doug. is
And
what
I
I'm
think
thinking.
he's instructed to reach out to the organization like you
Okay.
have. Okay, I got it, so that's okay then. All right, and by bringing that fee schedule back, when do we think, soon?
We intend to bring the full city fee schedule to a public hearing in February.
Minus this or with this?
Minus this.
Okay.
We have to move forward with the rest of
Right, and I
the
agree.
fee schedule, and so we'll bring this back likely in March.
Okay, I just want enough time for us not to miss the, Doug talked about, you know, for what we can do at this point. Okay, think we have direction, we're good? All right, oh, man, okay, so do we need a break?
Yes, we need a break.
Okay, we'll take a break. Sorry.
them all together at once.
Well, we are gonna put a few together, so.
Here's my report, it's in my notes, it's all voted at once. There you go.
All right.
I move to approve the
Ready?
rest of the agenda.
Okay, we returned from our break, and we are on action items. Before we, so we went out of order, we pushed I-7 in front, so we just concluded I-7. So I want to ask council before we go on, if I were to ask for approval for I-4, I-5, and I-6, would we have any discussion on any of those? If so, I'll just leave them as is. So,
I-4, I-5, and I-6?
yeah, just
Okay.
as for means of brevity. But again, this is totally up to council. If you'd like to stay on the agenda, we'll just keep going, starting with I-1.
Mr. Mayor, I can support that, voting on all three of those together. Or,
I'm good with that as well.
Okay.
I don't have the item numbers on the
Oh,
pages of the
it's
agenda.
so it's this contract, that contract.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
You're good? Okay, then I'll make a motion to approve items I-4, I-5, and I-6.
I'll second.
And there was no public comment?
And before that, we'll ask for public comment on any of those items. Poor Nicole.
why we got council here?
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
And I have no written comments.
Okay, and no one in the room? Okay, so then we will take a motion. I made the motion. Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
Yes.
Okay, then we'll take roll call.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes, so that brings us to I-1, pension funding update and strategy discussion.
Coffee smells good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The city has been working with GovInvest. GovInvest is a software that was purchased in fiscal year '22. What that is to use it as a forecasting tool, and a part of that was a pension module. Since pension obligations are one of the city's largest concerns as far as liabilities go, GovInvest is working with us as far as updating where the pension obligation is currently, and also working with the city on some strategies on what we can do to address that pension obligation. So I have Dan M. with GovInvest. He is going to do a presentation on the pension update status. Hopefully he's still there.
Thank you, Jennifer. I am going to try to share my screen right now, and I just want to get a verbal okay that you are seeing the first page of the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I know, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for letting me address you today. I know the hour is late, so I will try to move through these slides very quickly, but should you have any questions as we go along, feel free to interrupt, and we'll try to address your questions. We'll try to kind of cover it in four pieces, kind of talk a little bit about the pension hurdles as they exist today, how your agency is doing relative to its funding targets, take a look at some volatility stress tests, and then get to those all-important strategy and tactics updates. So the pension hurdles, so once every 4 years, CalPERS revises their assumptions through an experience study. And the 2021 val year, which you received evaluation in August of 22, included those all-important assumption changes. And the assumption changes are important because they are assumed to go on in perpetuity, at least until the assumptions are changed in the next 4-year cycle. But very different than a 1-year experience loss that affects only 1 year. Assumption changes effectively changes all future years. So in the one of the major changes we should at least address is that the change in the assumed investment earnings, also known as the discount rate. And this is an important assumption mainly because investment earnings typically offset the cost of the promised benefit by about 2/3. So where employee and employer contributions make up typically 1/3 of the overall promise, investment earnings typically make up are estimated to make up 2/3 of that promised benefit. Assumed a 7% return, they earned 21%, which represented an experience gain of roughly 14%. And conversely, we know, and by the way, that the 21 experience gain is what you have included in your latest valuation. But we know CalPERS has reported that they had an experience loss, at least on a preliminary basis, of 6.1%, which resulted in experience loss of 12.9%. And even using these preliminary numbers, you can see just having a smaller loss, experience loss on a larger base of assets produces effectively your loss was slightly larger with the 22 experience than was incurred in 21, and that still doesn't really yet consider the change in the assumed earnings rate moving forward. So let's take a look at how these impacted your plan. And for the record, I want to alert the clerk that I made changes to slide 9 and slide 10 and have indicated the columns where I've made revisions. The city had started a 115 pre-funding trust, and I believe during the course of as we were preparing this presentation, your forecasting model was updated, and the 115 Section 115 assets, which roughly are about 2.5 million, were dropped from this from the model and the estimate. So during the earlier part of the presentation, I made a quick revision to that 22 estimate. Please note these are an estimate of what we think your 22 val will include. That only includes the adverse investment experience. And if you noted on the previous page, while I reported a minus 6.1 due to technical adjustments, this actual investment return or loss rather was updated by CalPERS to minus 7.5%. So that is the number that we'll be using for the rest of the presentation. You will note that in the years where they fall short of the assumption, the funded status drops, can have a fairly large impact. They had an experience gain in 21, and so we saw the funded status assets jump and the funded status increase. And conversely, in 22, there were two things that happened. Number one, there was a loss to the market value of assets, and the accrued liability. The lower discount rate was implemented in 21, so a little larger than normal increase in the accrued liability, and ultimately, in the 22 estimate with the 7.5% loss, your funded status dropped in the neighborhood. We are anticipating about 77% in 22, barring any other changes that may come up during that valuation process. So this only includes the adverse investment experience. So how you would compare to other agencies, you could see Beaumont is ahead of the curve in comparing to what the total PERF means is all agencies. It's the Public Employee Retirement Fund in its aggregate, including all agencies. So your funded status continues to be above the average plan, even though many of these plans in 21 included huge infusions of cash by those agencies that decided to issue pension obligation bonds. So you're still ahead of the curve, and even going into 22, about 4 percentage points above the average agency. So you can see that when CalPERS incurred that loss, your unfunded liability was on this trajectory to get paid off somewhere around 2034. Now, as that unfunded liability is expected to move over upward, that you would not pay off that liability until roughly 2039, 2040. And that was an increase to the accrued liability of roughly $14 million. And we can see your funded status dropping that 10, 11% range. So what that does to the employer contribution, so while if you took a look at the VAL that you received this year, your funded, your pension required employer contribute and required total required pension expenditure would follow this green line, which was welcome news. Unfortunately, it will they phase those losses in over a 5-year period of time, so you see it kind of ramping up, and that is assuming that there isn't a rebound in the market. I'm not holding my breath, at least during this year. So we will take a look at some stress test scenarios. So we know that there is a lot going on geopolitically, and a low worldwide economic growth combined with high inflation, geopolitical concerns, both in several countries, but most notably in Russia and China right now, that may impact market expectations in the next couple years. So let's take a look at a couple scenarios. So the red line represents where we are known today with the 22 projection. And then just hypothetically, if 22 finished with the 0% return, we could see that loss actually continuing to grow. And even if they earn 3%, it's still below the expected assumed rate of return of 6.8%. So it's a 3.8% experience loss. So you're hypothetically, as these would build upon each other, your payment would continue to go up. And then hypothetically in 24 to 25, if markets had a little bit of a rebound and markets earned 15%, even then you would still have to ride this curve up for a bit and before it starts coming down. Now, I don't have a crystal ball, as finance directors, we want to hope for the best, but we want to plan for the worst. So that's why we run these stress test scenarios. So you can see, certainly you're not following the green line as your current VAL suggests. We will be. We know that we're kind of locked into that 7.5% loss, and we'll see how these next couple of years play out. But this is something that obviously moves the needle quite a bit. You can see your required contribution moving well beyond $2.5 million. And if kind of was the worst case scenario played out, could actually get into the $4 million range. Hopefully, we'll see something in between and see some market recovery, but a lot of warning signs on the horizon for a recession, and typically markets would behave accordingly and not represent those high growth years that we saw for the last decade. So some strategy and tactics. I just wanted to draw your attention that some of these are really opposing goals. You can choose to pay down your UAL as fast as possible, maximizing interest savings. But kind of like a mortgage, if you're paying money and making extra payments, the way a mortgage works, it would take that interest savings off the back end of your mortgage. With CalPERS, you can also choose to pay down some of the shorter maturity bases that make up your unfunded liability, and that won't save as much interest, but would reduce your required cash flow. So this would be more of a defensive strategy where you're preserving your budget flexibility. And that really gets into a nuance. So if you were to choose to make additional discretionary payments to CalPERS, 1 and 2 are really kind of at the opposite ends of the spectrum. You're going to save as much long-term savings here, but you're going to not have as much of an effect on short-term cash flow. Certainly the city can do something in between. So currently, we talked a little bit about those additional discretionary payments. So you can either focus on near-term savings or long-term savings. Additionally, we can look at restructuring your UAL payment structure. If we see a peak, Jennifer and I can work together to say, okay, let's flatten out that payment schedule a little bit. You may consider, you've already started a Section 115 trust. Any money in that trust is typically has a much better shot at earning a better rate of return than what you would hold internally. But equities are subject to the risk of loss, so they're typically there could be short-term volatility, but over the long run, equities typically will outpace the fixed income markets. You have really kind of adopted some framework in your, maybe leading towards a pension reserve or pension funding and a reserve policy that I've noted. But we may consider to continue to refine and hone in what those strategies and tactics are, and what might be appealing to this council, and then by documenting them into a policy, then it's not something that would need to be sort of relitigated every year as you either get a new council in. It's still only a policy, but it's good to document what your strategy, at least larger policy items, and not maybe necessarily get into strategy and tactics that you may want to reserve for a year-to-year decision, but kind of the larger goalposts in the policy is something that you may want to document. And so, you can make direct payments to CalPERS, but, while you want to pay things down, as fast as possible, and lots of individuals would prefer a 15-year mortgage over a 30-year mortgage, you have to live, when you send money to CalPERS, you have to know that, you know, you are willing to live without those proceeds because they're not going to give those funds back. If you were to put some of that into a volatility reserve because perhaps your cash flows are less uncertain or your revenues have a lot of volatility, then you know, maybe taking a balanced approach, chipping away at the unfunded liability with additional discretionary payments, while potentially building a reserve for those fluctuations in the market. And you know, pros and cons, you know, the direct contributions to CalPERS does reduce your net pension liability immediately. It, you know, unfortunately may have a minimal impact on future contributions unless you're putting a lot of money in. The volatility reserve allows you to, you know, to control your cash flow a little bit better, but it does not reduce your net pension liability on your financial statements. But keeping local control may allow you to be able to stabilize your contributions over the long run, because you know, while savings is part of the equation, cash flow does need to be considered and managed. So it does need to be a part of the calculus in deciding whether to send money to CalPERS, or do you want to take a half measure and say it's reserved for to pay down benefits, but it's a step closer to the city, and that you know would be able to use those assets to make your normal required contributions to CalPERS. So you know, some of the benefits in the policy development, you know, documents those goals, demonstrates council's intent to fulfill that promised benefit, demonstrates long-term fiscal discipline, and reassures that, you know, the council is committed to paying off that liability to both your creditors, your staff, your stakeholders, and it provides staff a general roadmap for staff and for future councils. So some of the, you know, this was intentionally vague just to really kind of set this, plant the seed that these are some things that you may want to consider in your overall strategy. But these are items that that Jennifer and I and staff would come back to you at a later date to explore some of those options more explicitly with you. But potentially, you know, I see a lot of agencies putting money into the trust and not necessarily saying, well, when are we going to stop and when is it going to be used? If there is such a target that you want to reach, what term how long do you want to get there? You know, and then some of this really doesn't belong in a policy necessarily, but identifying perhaps in you know, how you would fund such a reserve if that was one of the strategies you chose. And then what flexibility Jennifer has to work with in identifying tactical maneuvers that may be prudent from year to year. And so we can, you know, think about refining that, further refining a funding policy. You know, I would recommend adding in that you know, because it's such an important and volatile liability that's kind of reviewed on an annual basis, identifying what some of those reserve targets might be, and maybe even consider a surplus use policy. This is something that's when I was finance director and treasurer at the city of Newport Beach, we took some of our annual surplus each year. Some of it went to pay for those all-important neighborhood enhancement type projects that will benefit your constituents today, but also recognize that paying down, using some of that surplus to address long-term liabilities and striking, you know, whatever the right balance is for this community. We happen to use a 50-50 split, but that is another tool that you may want to consider is annual surpluses. Maybe some portion of that would be allocated to address your long-term liabilities. And with that, I will conclude my comments and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you with that. Is there further staff input on this?
What we're looking for this evening is more direction. So what we want to go is create that written policy on how we're going to move forward on addressing our long-term liability with CalPERS. It does tend to go up and down as the markets are moving up and down. And so what it is that we're looking for is, are we looking to pay it off quicker? Or are we looking to go for budget stabilization, so avoid those hike in the payments in the future? And how are we going to address that? So I like the idea of, the surplus policy, if that's an appetite that the council might be suggestive to, or, are there other avenues that the council would like us to review, but get a written policy and something that we can follow? Because addressing your the pension obligation, this is going to be a long-term commitment. So it's something that we have to look forward to for quite some time. So having that written policy is going to be some guidance that we have to make sure that we're on the right track, and that we are sustaining, we're financially sustainable moving on in the future, regardless of what we do, and that we are continuously looking at it annually. We can do that with budget or however else, but that it's something that's kind of fresh in our minds every year, and we are seeing how PERS is doing and how that's adjusting us on our side.
Great, thank you. Do we have public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that, we'll open it to council on discussion. I have Councilmember White on. So go.
So surplus use policy, you're talking about saying that at the end of each year, we will contribute a certain percent to whatever plan we come up with based on whether we had a good year or a bad year, or is it just a straight across percent, something like that?
Yeah, it would be, like a percentage. So you could say, okay, we had, $1 million, right? This year, we're going to take $100,000 of that, and we're going to put that towards the pension on however we decide to do that in that method. So most likely it would be a percent. What you will want to do is make sure that you are meeting your other obligations first as far as reserves go. So we have our working cash flow reserve and budget stabilization, those ones that we just recently talked about. So you would make sure that those are in line with what's already in the policy, but anything over that, you could take a percentage of that and then put it towards your strategy.
So when we decided to go with the S115 trust, is that the way you refer to that, or is there an easier way?
115.
115 trust. I think what I really liked about that was the ability to keep more of our money and earn higher interest rates than relying on PERS to come through for us. Also, I don't think I've changed my mind on I think, downside of trying to pay off anything early, because it doesn't really buy you any time, and it doesn't get you out of the hole. But I'm interested, I think this is the first time I've heard of internal reserve. Is that just a process, or is it a vehicle, or what's the internal reserve versus the 115 trust, and what are the pros and cons of those two?
So the internal reserve would basically be a portion of fund balance that is sectioned off. So you would have another reserve like you do your working cash flow and all those. You would just section off a portion of your reserves for the pension rather than putting it over into the 115. So it would be cash on hand held at the city.
So why would you not put it in the, what's the benefit? I mean, if you're looking for direction from us on what percent of our surplus policy should go into the 115 versus an internal reserve, how do I weigh that? How do I look at that?
So the difference is that in the 115, you can get a greater return on investment because you are able to invest in equities. So we have a moderate investment level in the 115, and then that puts you to where you can get a higher return. You are more restrictive on what you can invest in with city funds that are held in reserve. So where you have greater risk in the 115, you also possibly could get a greater return. here at the city. If you were to keep cash on hand, the difference is that you also have discretion over those dollars. Once you put it over into the 115, it can only be spent on pension.
Okay, and in the earlier slides, the very first slides, when it basically showed our performance over last year, the next year, or this year and the next year, is that just our share of the PERS performance, or is that the PERS performance plus or minus what we did with our 115 trust?
So that is the PERS performance for our share. So
Okay.
they had, first they had investment gains, and then they had investment losses. And so they are adjusting your portfolios as that happens each year.
And I know we haven't had the 115 for very long. What have our returns been on the?
We have had losses, so we are not any different than PERS as far as that portfolio goes. So we put in 2.5, and right now we're sitting at about 2.35.
What's our loss compared to PERS's loss?
I don't have that calculated. Dan, do you have that?
No, I don't. I would suspect that there would be steeper losses in most public equities. We in most publicly traded or most Section 115 trusts don't allow or don't have the reach to include private assets. And so atypical from any, so while the city was in a roughly balanced portfolio that is intended to be a hedge, so a typical balanced portfolio that was 60% equities and 40% fixed income, if equities were taking a hit, then we would see an increase in the value of bonds. But as the Fed was raising interest rates, this was one of those anomaly years where there was not many places to hide, and so both private equities and bond funds took a hit to their value. CalPERS has, when you're of a certain size, you can invest in private equities, but there are some downsides. There's to investing in private equities. Those would be things like large development deals, and so while they haven't been first didn't take a very big loss, 7%. Most indices were in the double-digit negative range. So, to a certain extent, you were sheltered, at least for the moment, from CalPERS, but there may be future write-downs in private equity in the years to come as private equity fund managers are forced to start to write down some of those portfolios.
Thank you. So one last comment. I like being able to earn the higher interest rate in the 115, but I also see a benefit of having pension reserves or reserves in the pension that don't necessarily have to go to pension if we're in trouble. So I think there's a balance that's needed there, but I think right now when our reserves are at the level they are and our surplus is, that we should weigh a little bit heavier on the 115 than we should on the internal reserve. But that's just my first opinion until I hear what everyone else says, and I may change my opinion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, thank you. To put my opinion out there, I think CalPERS is a black hole. And any extra money, I think that if we can put it somewhere else and then have it as a potential emergency for something, I think it'd work better. So I do like the idea of the 115 trust, but my thought is put the money somewhere else and we can decide what to do with it later. Question in terms of establishing a reserve target, does staff have a recommendation of what we think that account needs to be at? And then recommendations on, I guess it depends on what our budget surplus is and so forth to know. It's hard to guesstimate how much to put in, but an amount and maybe a target goal to get that fully funded.
Yeah, and Dan, do you have that, what you came up with as far as the recommendations?
Yeah, so I, this isn't something we envisioned that you would have to be, we don't want to twist your arm to make today, but we would present some further analysis. But if we tied a reserve, let's say 5% of your accrued liability would put us in in the $6.5 million range as a reserve target. If you wanted to be more conservative, 10% of the accrued liability would put you at about $13 million to have in the reserve, and that would afford you several years worth of protection. But given that we were introducing this topic, we wanted to take it in smaller bite-sized pieces where we can kind of lay out kind of the groundwork and then come back to you with a range of options, and then you would be able to choose, make it a little bit more informed decision than what we're laying out today. We're just bringing in the concepts, and but generally, for a modest reserve would be, might be 5% of that accrued liability. Something a little bit more conservative would be about 13 million. If you wanted to be ultra conservative, getting up in that, you can reserve as much as you want, but anyways, I would recommend someplace in that 5 to 10%. Is kind of, it really depends on the volatility of your revenues. And the amount that you have in your reserve, just by way of comparison, represents about 2% of your accrued liability.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the recommendation.
Right, so no colleagues yet, so I'll jump in with mine. So first of all, I agree, I'm not in favor of giving CalPERS any extra money. So, and we crossed that road when we came out with the 115. So I think that one we all agree on, or at least understand the reason that. For the volatility reserve internal, basically, isn't that what we had? It was just basically a savings account that we're putting into for pension liability?
You mean for the 115 or our reserve?
No, before we went to 115, we were just putting money aside for pension, and we just kind of kept holding it for our unfunded liability. Isn't that really what this is creating a new savings account if we went internal and just dumping money into that for that reason?
Correct.
Okay. And on the volatility reserve, if we went to 115, you said we'd be looking at probably medium to low loss. Is it still subject to volatility, I'm assuming?
Absolutely.
All right, because you defeat, I think, I'd understand if you have a 115 and it's volatility and you're going up and down, and you create another 115 with volatility, it's still going up and down. So, I'm not sure. We'll have to see what some numbers come from, because the numbers there were a little higher than I was looking at. So 6.5, 13, I'm not, we'll have to discuss how to get there. But I would be in favor probably of looking at a internal reserve, and then discussing how to write a policy to say, future reserve, any future surplus money, come up with a percent to start pulling aside to go into that. But again, we won't be able to know that until we get a number to see what would make a difference or not. Every surplus we get here and there, we have a policy that is automatically going to go into reserve or so forth. I'd be interested in discussing that at some point. And then discuss just real briefly, again, the UAL payment restructure schedule. So that one's not really paying CalPERS more. How are we releveling that? I don't quite understand how that works.
It is something that you can work with CalPERS on to restructure the payment schedule that you have. The thing is that once you get into that new payment schedule, you can't get out.
Oh, that's the one. Okay, yeah, never mind. For my opinion. Okay, so that's all I have now. Anyone else came up with some more? Councilmember Voigt?
Thank you. I just have kind of one question. We have the current 115, so there is the ability to have both the internal and the 115?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we decided to come up with some type of blend, essentially where we would continue to put into the 115, but also maybe create this internal reserve as well that we could utilize if needed for something additionally.
And you could do that.
115, are we saying the 115 stays there and then we're getting an additional 115? So you're asking for a blend between the additional 115 and an internal?
No, I think I'm asking keep the current 115
Right.
and only do the new internal reserve.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember White?
So just to be clear, if we come up with a balance between what we're going to put in internal reserve and the 115, we're not creating another trust. We're just adding to the 115. So it's not an additional trust. We're just trying to determine what percent we should put in there if we're going to go balanced. I know one thing that we've all learned, even, if you're not an expert like you and our guest tonight, is diversification. And I think that having some of our, going forward, some of our money going into the 115, which does give us a little bit higher return, and then also some going into the internal reserve going forward, as opposed to just stopping the 115. I think that gives us the growth that we're not getting with PERS when things are going the right way. So my question is, do you, either of you have a recommended balance on how much we should put into the 115, how much we should put into the internal reserve, like a percent balance, once we come up with a reserve policy of how much we're setting aside total?
Yeah, and I think that's how aggressive we want to be and how quick we want to fund it. And so we would have to calculate kind of out how that would look. I think trying to more stabilize the budget and avoid those higher payments, you can go at the lower level of what Dan was talking about, and then you can choose to maybe do, 75% of that dollar amount you would keep internal and 25% of it you would send over your 115, right? So we can kind of calculate on that, what that would be and what it would look like moving forward. It would be a good start. So this is the discussion to kind of figure out how are we going to lay this out into a policy and then bringing it back and then kind of letting you see what it actually looks like. The other thing that we need to think about too is at what point or how long do you let these reserves grow before you start doing something with them? And then what is it that you're going to do with them? Are you going to, once you reach your 6 million in reserves, anything over that, are you going to start making additional payments over to CalPERS to then start reducing that liability, right? So that's something else that we're going to have to talk about later on as we start developing this policy moving forward.
So I see what you're looking for direction from us is number one, what kind of reserve we want to set. The pension volatility reserve per year. And then the other thing is what percentage we want to put into, if we agree to continue contributing to 115, what percent we're putting in each of those buckets.
Right, well, and more of what is it that council wants to see? Do you want to see more of the budget stabilization side, or are you looking more to try to pay off the obligation quicker? So what direction do you want to go in? And then Dan and I can work together on coming up with that schedule based on the decision that you make tonight on that process.
So I'm not interested in paying it off quicker. I'm interested in having our end date move sooner. So in other words, I think we need the budget stabilization, but we need to focus on getting to the point where we're caught up sooner, but I don't think we should put any additional upfront. I think we should plan it with our reserve policy. And that's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, let's go with Councilmember Lara first. And then we'll come.
Yeah, no, I agree. I really am looking for budget stabilization long-term. I do agree with the internal reserve. So on this unfunded liability, I know some cities have paid it off. Now, can PERS come back and say, well, I appreciate you paying that off, but we had low returns, so here's some more that you owe us? Unlike a mortgage where your mortgage is fixed and you're paying it down, you're buying down on the back end and you're shortening the term of loan. PERS doesn't work that way, right? Am I
No,
correct?
no. And it's your unfunded is always changing, right?
Right.
So you're adding, you might be adding more employees to it. They're changing with their investment returns. So it is kind of a continuous thing. And yeah, you could, pay it off of what they're saying that you owe at this point in time, but
Right.
next year it could be different.
That's what I thought. It's kind of like a lease. You never get out of it, kind of a thing. So that's why I'd really like if you can bring numbers back to look at budget stabilization and what percentages we would have to put aside for that, both in the 115 and the internal reserve. And at least those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Voight?
Thank you. I think just piggybacking off of Councilmember Lara, I agree. I would like to see budget stabilization. I don't know if you're looking for a time frame, and maybe if that's what we need to look at as well as what kind of time frame we want to identify. But I would like to see options come back instead of just proposing one, maybe to give us some options, whether or not we're looking at, our goal is to get to this within 5 years. Our goal is to get to this within 7 years. And then once we got to it, this is what it looks like. I think that understanding different scenarios would help with the decision as well.
So to clarify, because I misunderstood, so we're not looking at a separate 115 stabilization trust. We're looking at the same one, just putting more in to make up that difference for volatility.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I misunderstood on that. So again, I'm not in favor of a pay quicker scheme. The budget stabilization is kind of what the way I'm looking at. So I would agree to bring back options so we know what numbers we're looking at, what's the percentage we would need to hit a goal. And then, of course, if we were to write a policy on surplus, what that percentage would be for future surpluses and monies. Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes, and so with that, can we have the example with the 5 and the 10% of the target for the reserve?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we can do
Can we go a little smaller than 5? I mean, 10, we're not going to consider.
All right, well,
10%.
5% is giving us an example of what that looks like.
Yeah.
You'll have a range.
Maybe like
I'm
2 and
Yeah, I was gonna say
6%,
All right.
something like that.
We're good. 2 to 10 we can go
Because
with.
we're not going to accept.
2 examples,
10%.
smaller number. Okay, I'm
Okay.
good for it.
Okay.
All right. So with that, do we have any comments from City Treasurer? You're good?
I'm good.
All right, thank you. So then, let's see, this is for direction. All right, so do you have what you need?
Yeah, I think we have
All
what we
right.
need.
Very well then. Okay, that will bring us to item I2, the discussion and direction on the Economic Development Committee policies and procedures. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Before you tonight is just a request of staff to conduct a review and discussion of the current Economic Development Committee policy. The Economic Development Committee was established back in 2016, and it's comprised of 15 members and 1 non-voting student member. The makeup is pretty diverse. We have 2 council members, the city manager, an economic development staff member, a chamber rep, a local developer, 3 business community members, some education members, non-business members, and then again, the student member, along with a rotating member position for an industry expert. This committee is advisory to the city council. It is not a codified committee like the financial and audit committee is, but it is, it operates based on this policy. And as you're aware, through the last round of reviews of finance and audit and the appointments to the various committees, we currently have 3 vacancies on the Economic Development Committee. And the vacancies are 2 business community members and the student member. Included in the staff report as attachments are the policy as well as the current Economic Development Committee member list. And so what staff is looking for this evening is, 1, any appetite from council to revisit this policy, whether it's in terms of member makeup or attendance meeting days and times, or I should say meeting in general, the monthly meeting. And then if there's any appetite to, again, adjust the makeup of what the body is right now. So I'm happy to answer any questions or entertain any discussion, take direction from council at this time.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, I'll open it up for discussion from council or direction. Discussion. Councilmember Lara.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing this item to us. I definitely think we need to look at reducing the number of members in this committee, in my opinion anyways. I would like it to be similar to what we have in the Finance and Audit Committee, maybe a 7-member. We can determine how many voting members we need to have. I wouldn't be so concerned about making sure that we have a number of at least 3 business community members, as opposed to just saying business ownership is preferred, because we're just struggling to get people to come in and become members and have a committee that's able to meet their your quorum. Thank you. So those are my suggestions. I just think 15 is large, too large, at least in my opinion. So thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
15 or 11? Oh, yeah, it's the 15. Okay. Councilmember White?
Yeah, I'm good with smaller. I just think the Finance and Audit Committee would be 5 people is too small for what we want to do for economic development. If we want to continue to move forward on pushing the downtown development, and I'm not as I was never really excited about all the different combinations of member types. Are we still doing Zoom meetings? We're not, or is that an agenda item that I didn't see?
Well,
have changed though, correct?
correct. The provisions have changed to where teleconferencing is only allowed if there is give me the word, John, an emergency.
Right, or good cause, or if you list their location on the agenda.
And, okay, so and that's the same discussion we had about council. It goes to the committees as well. Because right now, I'm in favor of not, just not filling those vacancies. And if we've got 11 members, let's see how those 11 members do before we start looking at cutting that back. I think that's all I have to say on that one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Finn.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the comments that were made already. Just question with reference to the Beaumont High School position. With our new council with the youth, could we receive input from that and be passed on that way? I don't know all the agenda items or what types of discussions they would have, but having served one of the 2 years that I've been here, I haven't seen any student participation. I don't think there has been.
Yeah. To answer that, from my intention was is still at the first meeting to solicit for that position.
Okay.
To see if that could be a pool to pull from.
Oh,
Now,
nice.
if you
All
want to
right.
dissolve that, that's fine
So
as well.
one of those students then can serve in 2 capacities?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's fine.
I'll leave it at that then. That's
But,
fine.
if we're trying to pull back numbers, we'll see.
Yeah.
So,
I
but
think that's a good idea, a good effort and a good idea to try. Okay, that's the only thing I had.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Voigt?
Thank you. I agree as well to not move forward with filling the vacancies. I would maybe move, though, to suggest that the student member be somewhat of an optional, then it wouldn't be required to be filled. And then if we did have interest from one of the students, then they could serve in that capacity, but just not as a requirement.
According to this, they're a non-voting member anyway, correct?
Correct.
So they
That's
don't
correct.
add to the quorum.
Sure.
So I think that's already
Yeah, that would show
implied.
it.
So,
Yeah.
we're good? Right, any other comments, concerns? Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, so we would be removing the classes, I'll call it,
Yeah,
And so- So we dropped the designations or the requirements, just saying it has to be a business owner or has,
business
are-
owner preferred or something to that
Yeah.
effect.
If we eliminate the vacancies, that's eliminating 2 of the 3 business community members.
Okay.
And so that would leave 1.
So is the recommendation then to drop it and just use the word preferred?
Yeah, we can do some, based on what we've heard, we can do some language cleanup in here on how the roles would be laid out. But whether or not we keep the number at 15 or reduce those now, I mean, again, this is a policy, so we don't have to do a full code ordinance, update. So this is a little more flexible with timing and the process. So if we choose to leave the vacancies vacant now, we can always revisit that if it's, if there's no interest or if we have quorum issues as a result or whatever.
Council, if I might, if we're talking about reducing, I would suggest we reduce staff and not the business community. I think the purpose really of the EDC is to engage the business community. We have 2 staff members assigned. We could do city manager and/or designee. That would reduce one of those positions. That's just my suggestion.
And the designee could be the economic staff, because it makes sense that they're there.
Right. Well, and since we have now piggybacked Planning Commission directly following Economic Development Committee, you have essentially half of the Community Development Department that will be present at the meetings anyway. So staff will be, from both Economic Development and Planning, will be at the meetings just by default and by the nature of how the meetings occur.
If we're limiting classifications, does that go for the post-secondary as well and the secondary, or do those remain there?
That would be council's decision. We can leave a recommendation for secondary and post-secondary, although those 2 seem to have been consistently filled. We have Evan Brown from BUSD, and we have Von Lawson from Mount San Jacinto, and they've been 2 pillars of the committee.
Okay, so yeah, I would agree. All right,
We'll do a little red line and bring it back to council to take a look at and
Okay.
go from there.
Comfortable?
So then, if I can ask one question, so then with these proposed changes, then we would have no vacancies at the moment?
So
The reason why I'm asking
I
is
have
I'm-
not heard direction yet to
Okay.
remove those vacancies, but
Okay.
or to reduce the number. If that's council's direction, then we could eliminate the 2 positions and we would not have the vacancies. Or if we want to leave them open just to see what happens down the road and how the committee is from a quorum standpoint without those members there, that's fine as well.
Okay.
It's
The
council's
reason
call.
for it is I have a presentation in the morning with the realtors, and realtors tend to volunteer.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think this would be a committee that would catch their attention.
Sure.
And so just
Yeah.
preparing myself going in.
2 vacancies right now.
Okay.
All right, another comment, yes.
Yeah, I think that you keep the vacancies and positions there, because if we do get somebody who shows interest, we don't want to have to come back and change the policy to add back those positions. But that's my thought on that.
And are the staff members voting members?
No.
So what's quorum then at the moment? We have 15 members, including 1 non-member, so there's 14. And then of those 14, how many are non-voting?
Let me look at the policy. Oh, staff votes, sorry. Okay, staff does vote.
Because, if we change that, then the quorum would be easier to obtain. If we took the voting members away from staff, then we could still, have a number, but not worry about not having a meeting because they're not a part of the quorum.
But then wouldn't staff be more likely to attend? And it would be the reverse of that?
What the boss says.
Did we Sorry,
So-
can we clarify if we've had a problem meeting quorum with this committee?
We have, Nicole keeps attendance, and
Okay.
we're usually right at quorum, and there have been a number of meetings where we've not met quorum, and so we can't act on items for recommendation to council, yeah.
I mean, I'd address the EDC members here. Would it be an advantage or disadvantage to take voting away from staff? I mean, you still have input, they're still there, but it is a community committee, so it would make more sense that the community would be giving their input and voting on that recommendation to council.
I'd say we move forward with that suggestion because if we're not going to reduce the number of people, then I would at least reduce the number of voting members so that we have a better chance of hitting quorum. That's my thought.
So I'm not sure how that will work because the meetings where we barely made quorum, we would not have made quorum if
Because staff is here.
staff wasn't there.
Right.
Is
So.
that what you were saying?
Yeah. So then my preference is to reduce the number of people we have on, this is a 15-member group.
Yeah.
So it's rather large.
The Financial and Audit Committee that you had the first reading tonight, the city manager's non-voting, but for purposes of a quorum is included. You could do the same thing with the EDC.
Well, I mean, you can do that if you want, but it defeats my intentions. But, you know, the whole idea was to have community input, so that's the part we have to concentrate on is getting the word out and getting participation, because we don't want a meeting of just staff and council, because that defeats the whole idea, in my opinion, so. So leave it the way it is and just ramp up the word and try to get it filled?
We can run,
Go to business preferred.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That'll probably help.
we'll do a red line and show what changes we've made to the members. Are we taking out staff voting or we're leaving it in?
I would suggest just leaving it.
Leaving it.
Leave it the way it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, may I ask one
Oh,
more
yes,
question
one
real
more.
quick? I apologize.
Yes, of course.
With the new members who have voted in, we have just voted in, we really haven't given them a chance yet either, right, to see, so maybe that's necessary as well.
We have three new members that have been appointed, and then the remaining members we're currently on there.
And then one additional question, we currently have a person assigned as an alternate member. With the removal of the business owner requirement, would that person slide in there, or?
So based on the way the appointments went at the council meeting where everybody was appointed as either a member or an alternate, I would say they would remain as is unless the city attorney sees another way that would be adjusted. But the appointments laid out the way. The appointments were made, yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
But
The
if you have a
appointments were made.
vacancy, isn't that what an alternate's for, is to fill that vacancy?
Yeah, so I'm.
Right, but if we drop the
We remove
business
the
drop the
category, then he
categories.
pops
Yeah.
in, right? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, let's just bring those alternates to fill the other positions.
Do we need a formal council item for that? Like, should I agendize that when we bring this policy back? I would. Okay. Okay. So we'll reach out to the alternates and make sure they're willing to serve as permanent members and then bring that back with the policy adjustments. Okay.
Good, right? Okay. Very well then. So that brings us to item I3, 2023 street project update from Mr. Hart, who giving us his very brief update. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. You know, you could have added I3 to the,
Actually, I probably could have, but
but I will promise
I
to.
didn't want, yeah, I wanted you up here, so. You did so well at the chamber, so.
So the item before you is is regarding the 2023 street rehabilitation program. And just a little bit of background, in April of last year, council approved what's the fiscal year 21-22 street rehab project, which utilizes both Measure A and SB1 funds. Similarly, in the first meeting in June, council also approved the fiscal year 22-23 project. And then at the budget, we adopted the 5-year CIP, which allocated monies via the mid-year street enhancement program. So staff is now proposing to combine, the 5 projects together in order to kind of get the best bang for our buck and kind of efficiency and economy of scales. Specifically for materials, truck mobilization and even project management, we feel like we can make the dollar stretch much further and take a bigger chunk at the apple. So not only do we want to combine these 5 projects, we still have some leftover funds from previous projects that we are intending to roll into this project amount to further enhance this. The combination of this project will allow us to address streets that require some more extensive repairs that have been delayed somewhat, little bit areas for rehabilitation, larger areas, and entire street lengths. So additionally, we were able to include previous streets that have been brought up at least at previous council meetings and most recently at the November 1 mid-year budget adjustment item, and those have now been included. Excuse me, in your staff report, there's a tabular list of all the projects that are, or the streets that are intended to be resurfaced. There's also a graphic in your attachment that shows kind of blow-ups of the certain areas that we're targeting and what those intended treatment methods are. When we also added a graphic to here that shows you how many streets we've rehabilitated to date since we began this program a little over 3 years ago. And then another graphic following that is how many streets that we would have rehabilitated at the completion of this project. To date, we've done nearly 200 lane miles of streets, and with this project, we're looking to add another about 24 centerline miles and almost 60 more lane miles of rehabilitation. There's also a project accounting summary that breaks down the different funding measures from not only the 5 projects we're combining, but the 3 previous projects that I just mentioned, as well as a budget summary that kind of gives you an overall of what the expectations are with combining those funds. And with that, it's staff's recommendation that council approve the combination of the CIP projects and then the streets project list that's not only in your staff report, that is also shown in the attached graphics. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Do we have public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, do we have questions from staff, from council? Councilmember White?
One question, one comment. You show a screenshot of 6th Street with the red line going down it, but I don't see 6th Street on the list of streets to work on. Is that being treated differently because of the extensiveness of 6th Street?
You didn't see it it's in the tabular list. It's from Pennsylvania Highland Springs.
Yes.
Okay.
It's probably, they're alphabetical by area, right? So we blocked all of, which it shows, Curtis, which is really near Terminal Hills, the Fairway Canyon area. And so if you look at the location on those, they're not entirely alphabetized. It's by each section they alphabetically list them.
Okay, I take your word on that. I thought I was looking at all the different little groups and I couldn't find it.
Right, and that's the only one, so it's easy to miss, but the location even says 6. It's just a standalone one.
Okay. And so then the other comment I have is, we spent a lot of time knocking on doors this last summer, and a lot of people who live in areas like Fairway Canyon, they've got some really, those fairly new developments, some huge holes and dips and stuff like that. And that was one of their questions always was, well, when are you going to do my street? And the answer that I would give them is, well, you can go find out that on the website. And of course, they're not going to go and look for that. I do like those last 2 graphics. I can't find, I think if you did a combination, you had one graphic called completed streets and another one that says anticipated. If you were to, what I'd love to see you do is take the completed streets, add the anticipated in a different color, and then put that in the newspaper. You know, just put it on a half page that says, these are what we have done so far, and here's what we're approving to do moving forward. If you want more details, here's the link to where to find that on the website. I think that would help a lot, because people are going to see streets starting to get repaired and fixed, and they're going to go, well, you know, what's happened to my street? So again, I think it would really be helpful to combine those two and do a half page at the Record Gazette. Just a thought.
That's a good idea.
Council Member White's email on the bottom, just to make sure. But just real quickly for the public, though, we don't just randomly pick streets, correct? The streets that we're paving were scored and based on their level of use, and they had a letter that put them in a priority or so forth, correct?
Yeah, it certainly is the big component of how we do these is their pavement condition, rating. The reality is with, we've made a significant, bite at the apple, so to speak, but there are still several streets that are in that same window, right? So that's when it becomes a little more challenging. You may have several streets that are in the same grade, and you are not able to do all those at that time. We certainly try to put an emphasis on putting a less costly rehabilitation to a street that maybe seems a little bit newer than others, because it's a little bit of money now will save the longevity. From a financial perspective, rehabilitating a street that's already failed doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, certainly there's other reasons to do it, but from a strictly economic perspective, it's wisest to invest money in streets that you can save from degrading to a lower level of, repair, and then having to do a more costly repair.
You could use the other half of the page to explain all that.
All right. Any further comments? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Hart. We appreciate that. Brings us to item.
I think we need I can make a
There was
motion.
a recommendation?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the combination of CIP projects
There it is.
R18, R08, R09, R14, R15, and approve the proposed street project list of approximately 23.6 miles of street rehabilitation.
I'll second.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
Yes.
Mayor Martinez.
Yes. All right, thank you. And now with that, we are going to item I8. Establish a time, date, and place for a workshop regarding the sewer system management plan and fats and oils and grease program ordinance.
The title pretty much sums it up. Trying to set a date for a future workshop. An SSMP is required by state board order for sewer systems, and it requires adoption by the city council. So we'd like to set a workshop date to go over the SSMP.
Okay, thank you with that. Before we ask for council input, public comment?
I don't have any written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. So the date there is established as February 28th at 5 PM in the council chambers. How are we with that time and date? I'm fine.
It works for me.
Okay, so I have two goods.
I'm good.
Works
Three
for me.
goods.
I have a might be late, but I think I can make that.
Oh, we'll always take you late. And a good, okay. So 4 yeses and one, I'll be there as soon as I can. Okay. So, is that direction only?
It can be.
Is that good enough?
Consensus?
Okay. With that then, we'll see you on the February 28th. All right, going to I9, mayoral assignments for the city council representation and external boards and internal subcommittees. Staff report. Is it Ms. Gibbs or is it
Okay.
Ms. Wheelwright?
Oh, sorry, did you want me to do it?
I'll do it. No. So at the last council meeting, the mayor made appointments to various committees. 2 of those committees, there was some discussion on them, so we're bringing those back. The one that I really want to point out is the Water Alliance. There was some confusion as to what that was. I did some research. It is a committee made up of multiple water agencies, the city of Banning and the city of Calamasa. Apparently, at one time, we were on that committee. At the July meeting, Thaxton attended that meeting at my request, and the chairman, Daniel Slauson, commented, it's in the minutes of that meeting, that he hoped that the city of Beaumont would consider rejoining that committee. They meet again, they meet every other month, they meet again January 23rd. So we would like, if it's approved tonight, we'd like to go to that meeting and request to be added back into that committee. But tonight, if the mayor would like to appoint somebody to that meeting, right now, Councilmember Voigt is the liaison for that committee. And then the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency, that would be a liaison position. But the Water Alliance, we're hoping for it to be an actual board.
Okay, thank you. Public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, so Councilmember Voigt, give me your input. So basically what we're looking at is you are currently a liaison, and if we are accepted, and then that would change to a member. Would you be okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so my question then is, do we need to take a action at some point, not at this point, to approve being a member, or do we want to wait for their invitation formally first, or how would that work?
Actually, what I would suggest is that I reach out and ask to be put on the agenda as a formal member, so that that board can consider. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't.
Okay, let's see, I got some comments, so let's go with Councilmember White first.
But we have agendized it to assign
Correct.
a member to that committee.
Correct.
I'm sure they will. They've wanted us back
Yeah.
ever since I started a boycott of that committee. But,
I was wondering how that started.
Okay, so.
Don't worry, I'll clean it up for you.
Oh, that's good, yeah, coffee, good. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Good
So
luck.
I do have a comment, having served as chair of that committee in the past,
Yes, tell us.
it has been a good resource to get elected officials together with staff in a more relaxed environment, I'll call it, to strengthen relationships between agencies. And it's been successful. And I had to step away from it due to my church calling, that I had conflicts on Wednesday evenings is the only reason why I stepped away from it in my previous service. So I think it's a good thing. As Mr. White pointed out, they want us back, and I think it'll work well for everybody.
All right, thank you. Councilmember White again?
No, I was going to wait till the next one, sorry.
Okay. All right, so for that one then, I'll appoint then Councilmember Voigt as our liaison to the San Gorgonio Pass Water Alliance. On the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency, I'm open for volunteers or suggestions from council. Councilmember White.
I'll volunteer.
All right, any objections? All right, so let it be. Councilmember White will be the liaison to the San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency. Thank you.
And Mayor, for clarification, Councilmember Voigt will move from liaison to representative.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, with that then, that'll move us to item I-10. The discussion on modifications to the procurement of professional services ordinance, Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 3.02.
So, Mr. Mayor, on item number I-10, that would affect my law firm potentially. So for that reason, I'm recusing myself and stepping out. And the same is true with respect to I-11, that relates to fees from my law firm. So I'm going to recuse myself on that as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pinckney. Okay, we'll take staff report then for I-10.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, I brought this item before you to discuss with council potential modifications to Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 3.02, which covers procurement of professional services. I do want to point out that this chapter only covers professional services. We have different sections for maintenance services contracts, and we have a third section for public works contracts. So this is just professional services. So the ordinance number 1096 codifies this chapter. The city manager has the authority to award contracts under $25,000. Anything over $25,000 must come back to city council for action. There are exemptions to that, and there's 4. Services that are available only from a single source, and generally we include that in the staff report to let council know that we can't get this, like software, you know. Public exigency or emergency that will not permit delay, state or federal grant or loan requirements that authorize non-competitive procurement, and then finally solicitation of a number of sources and we come up empty, and so we come to council when we deem them inadequate. The term of the professional services contract, as it stands in the code right now, is 5 years. Council does have the authority to extend that by a 4/5 votes. Additionally, staff brings back annually a list of all current contracts for council's review. And at that time, council can approve, renew, terminate, don't renew, or extend. And we never do evergreen type clauses, which is basically there's never an end date on it. And the only thing I can think of is like Waste Management's contract, I think, used to be an evergreen where it just continually renews itself. We can't do evergreens without city council approval. So moving on into one area that I purposely want to talk about is that of legal services. And when this ordinance was originally modified, this was on the tail of the, it was back in 2015, 2016, it was on the tail of our coming out of the Urban Logic, bad actors error. And so the ordinance was drafted in such a way that really prevented staff from extending any kind of contracts. But one area that I want to point out is legal services. Staff does not have the authority to retain legal services. Council hires and fires legal services, particularly your city attorney. So the city attorney reports directly to city council, as do I. I do not have any kind of authority over the city attorney. Only council does. Furthermore, the state of California Public Contract Code already exempts legal services from bidding and advertising requirements. So the state has said, when you procure legal services, you don't have to bid or advertise for that. The city attorney coordinates and monitors all specialty legal services and reports updates to city council. And as with all contracts, you as a body have the authority to terminate any contract at any time following the clause in the agreement, and it's generally a 20-day termination. That's the template that we use for professional services. So I'm proposing that we modify Beaumont Municipal Code to exempt legal services and include them as an exemption in an ordinance. And we would have to, after this discussion, if council gives me direction on any modifications, we would have to go through the whole ordinance process of first public hearing, second reading, etc. And I'm open to questions.
All right, thank you. Do we have public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, with that, we'll take council discussion. Looks like we have Councilmember White.
So I like the direction this is going. However, do we have any legal services contracts that we're under contract with right now?
We do. We actually have multiple. There's 5.
Okay. And I know that, for example, with the city attorney, we went and voted at 4/5 last time to extend it to this year, right?
Right.
And that was beyond the 5 years that we did that.
Right.
One of the concerns I had early on, council, was, I think the issue that we had one of the problems we had in Beaumont was that we had a city manager that had been in place for 20 years, a city attorney that had been in place for 20 years, and council members that had been in place for 20 years. And so I think that's one thing that we were looking at as far as, at least putting some kind of limits on these. I'm okay with moving in this direction, but I would like for you to get outside legal advice on the implications of the contracts that we have moving forward. And I think if you're satisfied with the advice you get and you just report back to us, I think I would go ahead and vote to approve this tonight. But I do have one concern I think I've raised before with you, Elizabeth, and I think also with Mr. Lara is, how do we move forward if our city attorney needs to increase rates because of inflation or whatever? When we're looking at a contract and reviewing a contract or going out to bid, we get an opportunity to get a fresh look at where we are, whether or not we're spending too much or not enough. So I just, I know that we can, as a council, say, well, let's revisit this. But again, I think the message that sends to our city attorney is that maybe we're not happy with you. And I'm 100% happy with the representation we have.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to send that message. But how do we move forward if his firm comes back to us and says, our rates need to go up? If we're not doing a contract, does that just come back to a closed session? I mean, how does that work when we're not reviewing a contract with new rates and things like that?
Yeah. No, and so you can still do a contract. So rates are negotiable. And we come across this with professional consultants that we deal with at a staff level. CPI is a perfect example. We have a 3-year contract with, I'll use WCA, your tree trimmer. We have a 3-year contract with them, and CPI goes up 8%, and they come back to us and say, we want to continue doing business with you, but the cost of services has increased by 8%. We can say no and go out to bid, or we can bring it back to council and say, we recommend that we increase their fees by 8%. So I see what you're saying as far as how do we know that we're getting the best deal, which is what you're responsible for to the taxpayers. But I think that can be done either through negotiations with the contract or, we could get, so the code requires for professional services that we get 3 quotes, and we can do that.
So right now, we do an annual evaluation of our city manager.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we do that with our city attorney. I think that would be the opportune time to do something like that. So if a contract, if there's a contract that expires in June or May, whenever of this year, and we move forward with this direction on professional services, that contract expires, we have to rewrite a contract then?
I would take your recommendation and reach out to an outside counsel and find out how it affects the 5 that we have, because we have a pool right now of attorneys that work with Mr. Pinkney for specialty cases like our police department, things like that. All 5 of these contracts are going to expire by June.
Okay.
One of them next month, actually. So let me reach out to outside counsel and find out if we adopt this ordinance, do they get grandfathered in? Do they expire?
I'm confident that whatever direction you get back from the outside legal service advice, that we can still move forward with this. So I would vote in favor of this tonight, but I think we need to take a look at those outstanding contracts.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Lar?
Yeah, so just so I'm clear, if we move forward on this, can we do any other modifications to this section of the code that we're discussing?
It's absolutely your prerogative.
So, and obviously, council would need to be on board with this, but two things I'd like to look at. One is discussing raising the maximum of 25,000 to either 75,000 or 100,000, so that, because I think a lot of things come back to us that are, maybe don't need to. And I think the 25,000 was set, again, at a time where we were having issues back in 2014 and 15. So I wouldn't mind seeing that increase. The other thing I would like to know, because we don't seem to get a lot of bids on some of our projects for consulting services, and I'm wondering if that's because the time frame is too short. So I would like to see maybe going from at least a 5-year to a 7-year. So maybe it's 5-year with 2 1-year extensions, and hopefully that'll give us more interested developers, contractors, excuse me. So those are 2 things I would also like to include. That's okay with council.
All right, so let me clarify then. So you're asking for legal service to be included in the exemption code and take away the 5-year service. And then you're talking about adding 5 to 7. So are you talking about moving legal to 7 now, or using that as an exemption of
So
time?
what I'm talking about is on other, because this covers professional services.
All professional, like,
All professional,
Right.
so.
like
outside of-
engineering, on-call traffic.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is if we modify legal, but yet we modify the code, it's still gonna go with that code because it's a part of the code.
Right, but it's,
So-
legal is not going to be a part of that.
So you're leaving it separate then from the
Yeah,
other
I'm keeping legal
professions,
separate, but the other procurement process would be
other than legal.
other
you would
than
say.
legal.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes, question regarding signing authority. Is there any state requirement on a ceiling on that? Or has that just been Beaumont's
Not that I know of.
guidelines? Okay.
Yeah, every city sets a different signing limit.
I guess, yeah, it depends on the size of the city too. Okay.
All right, so a couple of comments, and so I'm okay going forward with what we're talking about for legal. And then if we want to entertain that separately for procurement on the professional services, I'm okay with that, if we're okay with that. At least entertaining that when you come back, and we have to go through the process anyway. But with legal, though, the reason I like going with this is because legal is very unique. We know that legal is a certain situation where, especially when litigation's involved, it can go on for a lengthy amount of time, and then sometimes you do have to go out to those other agencies to get to our legal services as well. So keeping that in a 5-year really doesn't make sense when it comes to legal. We have the authority to terminate services with the majority vote, so that always gives us the power to say, this isn't going well. I like the idea of possible evaluation. We might bring that up in future agenda items here in a bit. As a part of, something we can discuss in the future. But I do like this going forward, so if there is no more discussion, I would like to propose a motion then for your actions to, let's see, that the BMC be modified to include legal services in the list of exemptions outlined in the current code, as well as exempt legal services from the 5-year term of service.
I'll second that motion.
Is that what you're asking? Because right now, according to this, it has staff is proposing that the BMC be modified to include legal services in the list of exemptions outlined in the current code, as well as exempt legal services from the 5-year term of service. Therefore, they would be, so clarify then if.
I just have a question on Councilmember Lara's comments. Are we including that when we bring it back, or do I have consensus is what I'm asking?
That's what I asked. So did you want to do separately that?
I misunderstood. So what I'm looking at is legal services is outside of the 5 to 7 year suggestion that I have, right? And the 25,000 to 50,000 is also outside legal services, but we could bring them back on the same agenda item. Just like to see those come back to get,
Because it's a public hearing and we have to have 2 readings, it would be better if we modified it all at one time.
Yes, that's what
but
I'm
it's
saying.
It's up to you.
Yeah, and that's fine. We have time to incorporate that new suggestion in there.
Okay.
Are we okay with the signing from 25 to 75?
75, yeah, you had
75 or
suggested
100,
50. Yeah.
75.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with 75 as well.
Okay.
And 5 to 7, I agree with.
Yes.
And then what about Councilmember Lara's suggestion on the 5-year term with 2 one-year extensions?
So
Or do you want to
changing
go
5
straight to 7?
So,
No, I like the 5-year with having to come back year 6 and 7.
so okay, so not 5 to 7 with 2 years.
So right now, we have 3 to 5 with 2 years. I say we go 5 to 7 with 2 years. Same 4/5 rule and all that kind of stuff.
Does that make sense? All right.
So 7 years with 2 one-year extensions?
Or 5 with 2 years.
5 with 2 one-year extensions? And that's how I had it the first time, okay.
5 with 2 years.
It was
So
the 7 that
maximum
was
7.
confusing me, sorry.
I know, I got confused.
Okay.
Okay. So 5 with 2, because I didn't know we're at 3, so we're at 3 to 5 with 2, now we're 5, just 2, 2. I just confused myself, so. Okay, here we go. New math? I don't know. Do you have direction? I do. Okay, so we'll go with that. Yes, and I do want to get that moving too because of the timeline. Okay, so you have direction on that, so that brings us to I-11.
Mayor, I'm sorry. There was a motion and a second. Do you withdraw it and just change to direction?
Direction, are you okay with direction? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good. I don't know who the second was.
Oh, you didn't really make a motion, but.
I didn't think, oh, I did. Oh, and it was withdrawn. Man, what time is it? Okay, let's move. Here we go. I-11, approval of the city attorney invoices for the month of December 2022.
Okay.
I'm okay with the motion. We have public comments on I-11?
No written comments. Rudy, do you have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so I'll entertain questions or motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the invoice for $100,768.75.
Okay. And I'll second, and I'll remind the public that Mr. Pinckney's office does provide the council with the detailed description of his services.
I'll do roll call if you're ready. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Okay, so we'll bring back Mr. Pinckney, and we'll be going to item J, legislative update and discussion.
Sit back down.
I can't do both. I was going to get them, but it's my turn. So Mayor, for items J and K, actually, both of the updates were handled through agenda items this evening, so there's no report.
Okay, thank you. Item L, city treasurer report.
No report at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. Item M, city clerk report.
I have nothing.
Okay, no report. Item N, city attorney report.
Nothing this evening.
Thank you. Item O, city manager report. It was a healthy one.
I have one announcement, and it's very important. February 23rd, the contractor that is working on the I-10 Highland Springs project will be having a public information meeting at the Chatney Center. I don't have the time, but I would like you to mark your calendars for February 23rd if you would like to attend that. And we'll make sure that the public knows as well. They've hired a PR firm to help get the word out.
And this is for what again? For the Highland
The
Springs?
I-10 Highland Springs project? Probably, yeah.
6 in the morning.
That's what?
All right.
Oh,
3 to 8.
3 to 8.
Okay, 3 to 8, somewhere in there.
And then there's a bunch of handouts in your packet for public information.
And I thank you for that. They're well done. All right, with that brings us to item P, future agenda items. Okay. Seeing none at the moment, we'll talk later. Then what brings us to council reports. Mr. White, is that your light? You'd like to go first?
Nothing to report.
Oh, that's what he wanted. Okay, Councilmember White?
I'll just report out that we went to the Cal Cities as my first meeting the other day, which was excellent. Thank you for joining me as well with my other council members. And I also attended the collaborative agencies meeting as well. So great
Very
meetings.
nice, all right. Councilmember Laura?
Yeah, I attended the RCHCA at the request of the mayor, and unfortunately, I was disappointed because there was no species of the month.
Oh, I was looking forward to that.
So that's all I had to report. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes, thank you. I'll try to be fast with this. First is an announcement. We've mentioned this before, just a final reminder. We have our Veterans Expo this Saturday at the Chatney Center from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then also I attended the Transportation Now meeting, and I gave a report at our PASCON meeting of what was discussed at the Transportation Now meeting. We had a representative from Union Pacific, Lupe Valdez, who is the Senior Director of Public Affairs, and we got to grill her about Carmageddon. And so just wanted to share a few highlights with you guys. As my notes are kind of in random order, but one thing she mentioned, several things she mentioned, one in particular, when it comes to transporting hazardous material, they have to do it as long as it's contained properly. So in terms of emergency preparedness and so forth, there can be anything that can be on the rail passing through Beaumont. She did acknowledge the issues that they had with the train malfunction on Carmageddon Day, as I'll call it. She said that it was their positive train control system was an electronic system that went down. Her words were, and I quote, they had a monumental internal communication breakdown. So they're acknowledging their problems, they're learning from it and so forth, and she seemed very knowledgeable about the situation. She talked about rail stoppages and so forth. She mentioned California has the second highest fatality rate. That will cause a train to stop. I asked questions about the 12-hour work limit because we had issues with that train stop. And she said that is probably an uphill battle and it's probably not going to change. She said with the recent federal involvement on preventing a rail strike, she said that has taken a back seat, and she had mentioned that they have 13 unions that they negotiate with. She said when a train is stopped and trying to break one up to prevent a crossing, and their terminology in terms of a road crossing blockages means the train is not moving at all. So if it's just inching along, it's not a blocked crossing. But she said that we have a topography problem because when they break up a train, they don't want half of it rolling down the hill. She also talked about that when a train is separated, they have to retest the entire brake system on the train to make sure that the air brakes are working properly. She said that there are some recovery trains down by the Salton Sea, so if an engine failed, that they could send some up the hill, but that'll take some time. And then the subject of the grade separation came up. She said that they will offer the support that they can. She acknowledged that Beaumont really needs it. She talked about the time, there will be a time that the crossing will be shut down to make that happen. She mentioned there were 30 to 40 trains per day that pass through our area with an average length of 8,000 to 12,000 feet, so a mile and a half or more, and 30 or more of those per day. They're busiest between October and January, a lot due to the Christmas buying season with goods shipping back and forth. They said that many of their customers are domestic hauls, so it's not all international stuff coming through. And then one other point that she mentioned in reference to the infamous train from Coachella, or from LA to Coachella, and talking about a third rail, that she said if a third rail does go in, and it is not Union Pacific's rail, they will not be able to service customers on the other side of that rail. And so that may add a layer of difficulty to that whole project on who owns that third rail and so forth. So just another layer to the onion. So that's my report for this evening.
Did she mention her willingness to share the rail?
They didn't get that far. Oh, and one other point, she did share emergency contact information, and I confirmed with our city manager that staff and the police department have that and so forth. It is an 800 number, phone number that goes to a central dispatch center. They don't know our topography and that kind of thing, so you might have, so if staff calls in, they might have to give specifics. But there's a number that staff has that if there is another train that's blocked, they can pick up the phone and call, and they will do all they can to get right on it.
Is there a reason why it seems to happen frequently in this area?
We're on a hill. We're on a hill, and so there tends to be more issues with trains going up the hill. And I think just due to the high volume of train traffic coming through, that really shocked me. I thought maybe it was 10 or 15 trains a day, and it's 30 or 40. That's quite a lot. I do see more, now that I'm paying attention to it more, I do see when they go to stop, when a train needs to stop, it tends to be on the west end of Beaumont, through where Olivet is and all that, where trains tend to stop, so they're not crossing, or not blocking any crossings if there's any issues and so forth. But they are upgrading their train tracking system and so forth, and they think that will improve things to where it will better consider engineers' time in the train, who's available and so forth. And she even, last comment I'll throw in there is, when they tried to bring a new engineer out, that engineer got caught in traffic as well, and they were even ready to try to find a helicopter to bring somebody in. So there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of issues with it, but at least I was happy to hear that they acknowledge the problem and they're working on better handling it in the future. I'm not saying it won't happen again, but
thank you.
It was a good report.
Or non-moving parts, we would say. But anyway, thank you, Councilmember Lara, for attending the RCA for me as an alternate. I attended the Recycled Water ad hoc meeting. I attended the SCAG special Zoom meeting to elect our regional reps. Congratulations to Linda Krupa from Hammett. I attended the Cal Cities Environmental Quality Committee introductory meeting and attended the Chamber of Commerce breakfast. Thank you, Mr. Hart. It was an excellent job, and we got great praise and positive comments. So with that, we will adjourn at 11:03. There you go. Forceful.